guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Tuesday is the biggest day of the 2024 presidential primary season. Super Tuesday will award over one-third of the total delegates possible for the Democratic and Republican presidential hopefuls from over a dozen states. Reports say former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley may enter GOP campaign with a poor showing. Firefighters in Texas are continuing to wrangle against the largest wildfire in the state's history, which has burned crops, killed thousands of livestock, and destroyed structures. While giving an update about the fire, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott tells people in the area to keep their eyes on the situation as the fire is not close to being put out.
The fire is not yet put out, has not yet been extinguished. And until it is, and with the weather conditions constantly changing, we all need to maintain vigilance to make sure that nobody else loses their life.
The White House is ramping up efforts to deliver aid to civilians in Gaza by airdropping supplies over the region. During a press briefing, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby details the recent delivery of aid.
Department of Defense conducted another airdrop of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. 3 U.S. C-130s dropped 60 bundles with a total of more than 36,000 meals ready to eat. We were joined in this endeavor by several Jordanian aircraft as well.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says his state is cracking down on spring breakers' misbehavior this year as communities prepare for an influx of tourists. He spoke from Miami Beach on Tuesday.
I know some people may be coming from other jurisdictions where they can get away with this type of activity. That is not going to fly in the Sunshine State.
This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer. And again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
In February, the Senate tanked a bipartisan immigration and foreign aid bill after Republicans came out against it. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley joining Fox News to say former President Donald Trump should never have told members of Congress to block the bill, as border security is a huge issue in the country.
Congress should have gotten in a room and not come out until they strengthened that bill to protect Americans. But what happened was Donald Trump said don't pass anything until after the general election because it would hurt him. We can't wait one more day to strengthen these asylum laws.
Reaction is continuing to come in after the Supreme Court ruled earlier this week that former President Donald Trump should appear on the ballot in Colorado after the state's Supreme Court ruled the GOP presidential candidate violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist clause because of his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton joins Fox Business and says he believes that Democrats are trying every option to keep the former president off the ballot.
The Democrats are resorting to legal warfare to try to keep President Trump off the ballot. Thankfully, the Supreme Court junked that yesterday. I think that you're also going to see President Trump winning most of these bogus cases against him. But it's a sad state of affairs when Joe Biden and the Democrats are so unpopular that they can't try to win at the ballot box. They can simply try to imprison their opponent.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs. And if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, cue the microphone. It is showtime. And away we go. Okay, closing out Super Tuesday. Yeah, we will have all the latest as the results continue to roll in. Now we can tell you, first things first, the anticipation for a clean sweep for Donald Trump was denied by Nikki Haley. Nikki won the state of Vermont. Aside from that, yes, clean sweep. In California, where the polls just closed about an hour and 7 minutes ago, Trump was declared the winner literally minutes after the polls closed. I mean, they were showing Trump with like 70-some% to Nikki Haley's 22, I think it was, there in the state of California. Yeah, like I said, we got all the numbers as they are coming in live from the Associated Press here. Closing out Super Tuesday, which means, what day is it? Hump Day will be coming on here. Hope your week's going well. I'm Steve Summers, and we kick off another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy, dreary night, a little misty rain out there outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. And there's quite a bit of that from the Ohio Valley all the way down to the Gulf Coast, as a matter of fact. You're in and out of lighter rain from Parkersburg, West Virginia, to Cincinnati, to Louisville, Lexington. Heavier rains down into south central Tennessee. Nothing as far as severe weather in the mix at this point tonight. Some decent rains off and on through northern Alabama, much of Georgia, about the western half of South Carolina. Just kind of a dreary night. Heavier rains extending down into the Florida peninsula. Things do get a little more intense in that region. A few thunderstorms just rolling east of Tampa now, but that line of showers and thunderstorms extending pretty much through the entirety of the state of Florida. It's going to be crossing the state through the overnight hours. We'll probably hear from Philip in a few hours. Rolling to work in the rain. Meanwhile, not a bad night aside from that for moving that freight around the country. Take a look out west. What do we see here? This weather update, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. This Wednesday morning, forecasters monitoring a couple of new storms that may impede some of the cleanup operations in California as residents continue to dig out from the mountains of snow after the past weekend's blizzard in the Sierra Nevada. Dry conditions in the offing for California by the end of the week, but it's going to be kind of sandwiched in between two storms. The first will return some wet weather to Southern California later Wednesday into Thursday, followed by another storm over the weekend. That one will focus more on northern portions of California. We've had a storm kind of lurking off the northern California coast this past day, bringing some rain and higher elevations, snow to parts of the region. That's expected to drop southward, bringing some of that wet weather to central and southern California again later today into Thursday. Maybe even a few thunderstorms passing through southern California could bring some downpours and maybe some small hail, especially Wednesday afternoon and evening. This time around, we're talking from a quarter to maybe 3/4 of an inch of rain in the offing for places like Los Angeles and San Diego. The track of the storm not going to promote much in the way of wintry weather this time, thank goodness, for the Sierra Nevada. Aside from a few snow showers in central portions of the mountain range, by Thursday, though, storm moves further inland across the southwest, taking most of that rain and snow showers into the Four Corners region. Yeah, there's two more storms that may impact Northern California and the Sierra Nevada this weekend and on into early next week. It's going to be the second of those two that will be the stronger with more snow, bringing more snow to some of those areas that were hardest hit in the Sierra Nevada last weekend. For folks that are fans of outdoor winter sports, the skiing conditions will remain excellent for quite some time, given that boost in the snowpack there. I guess the only problem is, are the roads to the mountain destinations safe to travel? There were a few ski resorts that were forced to close late last weekend and early this week when dealing with that extreme snowfall. After printing up this story a bit earlier, I've had this worm in my head. It's the Tumblin' Tumbleweeds. Remember that old song? Looking at some of the video out west, the Tumbleweeds, we're all familiar from the movies depicting the Old West, rolling across those desolate landscapes. Sometimes, though, it's not those desolate landscapes. Residents in several towns in Utah say they could do without the tumbleweeds. We had the high winds during that storm in parts of Utah and Nevada over the weekend that sent the prickly bushes into neighborhoods in the Salt Lake City metro area. Several cities, they say, have been literally inundated with tumbleweeds piling up so high and dense that they're blocking roads and surrounding homes, burying cars. The winds blew thousands of weeds into piles up to 10 feet high in some places in South Jordan, about 20 miles south of Salt Lake City. Similar scenes unfolding in Eagle Mountain, which is a bit further south. The city strongly discourages pushing the tumbleweeds into the street. This is not going to get them cleared any faster and obviously create some traffic issues. According to officials there, the local news outlet, KSL-TV, tells residents of South Jordan that they were actually having to plow the weeds with hose and shovels before city workers arrive with garbage trucks to clean them up. You take pictures, you take videos, you hope the wind direction changes. I mean, we've had a few tumbleweeds, but nothing like this. It's absolutely crazy. Mother Nature's tumbleweed takeover. According to one, the communications manager there, this is something we can handle. This is not, they're calling it Tumblemageddon. City officials set up dumpsters, various locations dedicated just for the tumbleweeds. Where do these things come from? It's a weed called Russian thistle, which is highly invasive in North America, but its ability to spread prolifically makes it a threat to the ecosystems, our health, and the economy. As the Russian thistle matures, it goes from a soft seedling to a stiff, spiny plant. Now, in some areas, infestations grow to the point that plowing became impossible. There were extensive crop losses. The arrival and the spread of Russian thistle is considered to be one of the fastest plant invasions in the history of the United States. Today, the plant is found in all states with the exception of Alaska and Florida. Every winter, after maturing and dying, the bushy part snaps off the root, and there it goes, blowing away, tumbling across the landscape, dispersing seeds all along the way that will eventually grow into new Russian thistle plants. One plant can produce thousands of seeds, which they say can remain viable for years. Oh, the tumbling tumbleweeds. All right, let's get to it here. Hello, Philly Dan. Good morning, everybody. Even the Cookie Monster's complaining about shrinkflation. I hear you. Drivers, keep on humping as we roll into Hump Day. Truck and Troy Link, good morning, Steve-O. Yes, indeed. Hump Day. Have a good day now. Eskimo Mom, are we starting our week here? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Hump Day, Monday, whatever day. It's 13 days until astronomical spring and the Ohio primary. We're finishing up a drop and hook at a Cincinnati location. Don't know what the office has in mind for me later when I do get back. Little sprinkle at my location right now, but it's a mild 60 degrees. Yes, indeed. Everybody be safe out there. Hello, Rubber Duck. It's Hump Day. Home watching a cool How America Works on Volvo construction equipment. I'm still building my load for in the morning. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound, Statesville, North Carolina, where it's also 60 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Trump Tuesday. Facebook didn't win anything by shutting down, did it? There was a bit of concern. I don't know how many hours it lasted. Yeah, same as the question, just over a week ago. It was AT&T, where thousands and thousands all over the country were unable to connect. Yesterday, for Super Tuesday, it was Facebook and Instagram on a worldwide scale, everybody was questioning, is this a cyber attack bringing down Facebook? Turns out at this point they're saying no. I guess they're kind of like AT&T. They were trying to do some upgrades to comply with the new social media laws. We'll give you more details on that as well coming up. But supposedly everything is back up and running now. How could you live without Facebook for a day? Hello to Marianne. Good to have you on board. Pappy, what day is it? What day is it? Well, it's not official till we get that big, hey, Mike. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. 56 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. A little drizzle. Big night for Trump. Not so much for Nikki. Keep on trucking, America. Let it roll. Are you with me?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Get a little message from Brain Dead on his night off. Good morning, Steve. Well, I know it's my night off, but the hounds want it out before bed. I know that feeling. 58 degrees at the West Memphis International Airport and Auto Repair Center. I see that Ward Transportation was hacked over the weekend. Saw several different reports on it. You can do a Google search on that. Well, dingbats snore it away, and probably won't be long before I'm doing the same. All right, Brain Dead, thanks for chiming in there. I'll do a check, see if I can find anything more out about Ward Transportation, cyber attacks. Every day somebody's getting hit, right? Hello to Jay Money. Good evening, Your Honor, and all the night riders out there. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's an overcast 46, but dry, according to the weather station app at the GMA&B Enterprise Skyscraper. I should be back out on the road tomorrow night. After being out for a week with that viral infection, I am feeling better. Thanks, everybody, for the prayers and the wishes. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Double R, morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot family checking in from Arizona. I thought it was neat. Colorado had to eat their own crap. Everybody be safe out there tonight. Things actually for that, the district attorney that tried to rule Trump could not be on. The news even got worse for her this past day. There's an initiative, I believe it's Boebert, is trying to have a recall for that. I've got the rest of the story coming up here. I can't remember her name. Hello to Cookie, checking in for a bit here. Just took a couple of allergy tabs and smeared on the Vicks. Not sure I'll last long when the pills kick in. So it'll be nighty-night time in a bit. Be healthy and safe, truckers. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 47 degrees. Platkill, New York, says Larry. It's round number 2 to Schenectady tonight. Super Tuesday rocked for the Trumpster. Thank you, Mike. Trump 2024. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine, saying hello. Great day today for Trump. I voted today, and I've got to say I left feeling good. 2024 strong, as he puts it. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. We're at 31 degrees in Humphrey, Nebraska. Starlit skies tonight. Fixing to be an epic night. Just got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip south to the Tar Heel. A special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. 5-7 checks in. All right, copy in the mail. And happy hump day from Matt this morning. See if I can flip over and kind of do a quick refresh here. Headlines from the Associated Press. Live updates. Trump and Biden win their respective primaries in California. Both looking to all but clinch their party's nominations. Both obviously heavily favored going into Super Tuesday in each of the 15 states and the one territory, American Samoa. Oddly enough, actually, Joe Biden did not win the primary in American Samoa. Big deal. He won all 15 states here otherwise. What else do we have? Of course, there were other races taking place around the country. Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey, according to the headline, will be advancing for looking to take the seat that was vacated by the late Dianne Feinstein. That's Democrat Representative Adam Schiff and former baseball player Steve Garvey. They will now head for a November election to decide who fills that seat held for 3 decades by Feinstein. But it's not just one term. They're competing to serve out the remainder of Feinstein's term. Between the November election and the January inauguration of a new senator, they're also running for her full next 6-year term. The strange scenario, because Gavin Newsom appointed someone to the seat after Feinstein's death, and election rules require a special election to fill the last bit of that term, as they explain. All right, I just mentioned Biden did not win American Samoa. Who did? Jason Palmer? Anybody heard of him? He knows he's a long shot for the nomination. So when I started this race, I knew there was a 99% chance Biden would win. But the 52-year-old Baltimore investor did indeed manage to win 4 delegates in American Samoa Super Tuesday, denying President Biden a victory there. Okay, scroll down the line here. I did mention Nikki Haley denied Trump a clean sweep with her victory in the state of Vermont. They they break down how Vermont, so many states have different, whether it's primaries, caucuses, voting rules. The Associated Press explains in Vermont, Haley again does the best in Democrat areas. Vermont is obviously an overwhelming Democrat state that holds open primaries, meaning registered voters can choose which party's primary to vote in. Nikki has tended to draw support from non-Republican voters who cross over in those primaries. She won some Democrats and independent voters in South Carolina, obviously, as well as New Hampshire. Now, in Vermont, she was doing best in the most Democrat areas. Go figure. Almost doubling Trump's margins in both areas. Trump was winning in the most Republican areas. home to about half the electorate in that state. But his lead there was much smaller than Haley's lead among the more Democrat-leaning areas. And not enough votes uncounted in those areas for Trump to overtake Haley. That's why they declared Nikki Haley actually wins the Republican primary in the state of Vermont. But for all practical purposes, Joe Biden and Donald Trump have all but cemented a rematch in November of 24. Winning Texas, Alabama, California, Colorado, Maine, Oklahoma, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, Minnesota, and Massachusetts. Biden also won the Democrat contest in Utah, Vermont, and Iowa. As we had mentioned, Nikki wins Vermont. But the former Republican president carried other states that might have been favorable to her, like Virginia and Maine. Those are states that have large swaths of moderate voters, like those who've backed Nikki in some of the previous primaries. Technically, not enough states will have voted until here in another week or so. I think it's the 19th. Of course, Ohio is coming up on the 13th of this month. So mathematically, it's not going to be a sealed deal. How long's Nikki hang in there? Will today be the day she finally says, all right, there is no path? 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret.
USA News Update. The Smokehouse Creek fire, the largest of 5 active wildfires in the Texas Panhandle, is just 15% contained. The Texas A&M Forest Service is investigating the cause of the fire, which has resulted in the deaths of 2 women and approximately 3,000 head of cattle. In January, new orders for manufactured goods decreased for the second consecutive month, with the Commerce Department reporting a $21 billion decline following a slight decrease in December. Unfilled orders saw a slight increase of just over $2 billion in January. If you want to know more about the recently released U.S. government funding deal, you can now get the info, but it'll be a long read. The more than 1,000-page government funding legislation is set for fairly swift passage in Congress this week. The deal would keep the government open until October. Both the House and Senate face a Friday deadline to pass the bill. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Indeed, this is our final week of our Facebook contest. Your chance to win a Big Rig Duo. $200 value, folks. We're talking two 64-ounce stick shit eliminators and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Simply log on to Facebook, which is back up and running, by the way. Follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Go to the comments. Simply type in Hot Shot Secret. Your registered winner, final winner of this 4-week contest, will be announced this Friday morning. Just a couple days left. All right, we've been following and continue battling the wildfires in Texas. There is some good news from the forecasters that weather conditions have definitely improved. But there is quite the emergency, and according to the governor, as Texans in the Panhandle respond to these devastating wildfires, we continue working around the clock to provide the necessary resources. The safety and well-being of impacted Texans is our number one priority, as the potential for more dangerous wildfires persists in the coming days. We urge you to continue to heed the guidance of state and local officials, utilize tools that have been available from the Division of Emergency Management and our local partners. But with the emergency declaration, the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles has suspended vehicle registration as well as size and weight requirements for operators of commercial vehicles providing disaster assistance in the state. Those waivers are in place through the duration of the emergency, subject to the following restrictions. To the extent the vehicle is not already registered under the IRP, and as long as the vehicle is registered in one of the 48 contiguous states. Number two, the 72-hour and 144-hour temporary registration permit requirements, as long as the vehicle's registered in one of the U.S. You've got oversize and overweight permitting requirements for all divisible and non-divisible vehicles and loads. If you're operating under this relief, you do need to carry copies of the Texas Department of Motor Vehicle Notice and the state's disaster declaration. Fires still burning there, but definitely making progress this week as the winds, whereas when these fires broke out, we had 30 to 50 mile per hour winds, very dry conditions, warm conditions. It's cooled off. Humidity levels have increased a bit, and the winds have diminished very greatly. And before we get to our calls at 844-844-3388, if you're going to be attending the Mid-America Truck Show as the countdown clock is ticking here, Louisville, Kentucky, you will have the opportunity to share stories about predatory lease purchase agreements. As we've been following, the FMCSA announced the Truck Leasing Task Force's next meeting will be on March the 21st. That's day number 1. That'll be a Thursday at the Mid-America. From 10 a.m. till noon. They'll then take a 1-hour break and resume from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, this is because Congress established the Truck Leasing Task Force with the goal of ending predatory lease purchase agreements in the trucking industry. You know, in those deals we followed for years, a carrier leases a truck to a driver but still possesses control for a majority of the operation. As a matter of fact, the carrier is in control of the trucker's ability to pay off the loan. Yeah, you sign on to these agreements. Oftentimes, drivers pay thousands of dollars, payments and maintenance fees, and never gain ownership of the truck. In some cases, truck drivers report actually owing motor carriers money at the end of their pay period. Now, earlier this year, some members of the task force actually questioned whether should this lease purchase model even exist? Should we just end this entirely? I actually keep on the table why we should try to save this model. That's an important question to analyze, according to Paul Cullen Jr., who's a task force member and an attorney with the Cullen Law Firm. Why should it be saved? Yeah, we need to keep that on the table for our potential recommendation when this is all done. The Truck Leasing Task Force meeting at Mid-America Truck Show will be in person. They will also be providing online access for those who cannot be there in person. Now, if you want to participate online, you do need to register for that meeting by the 14th of March. FMCSA's, I guess they've got a registration link. Any written materials to be submitted must also be received by March the 14th. For those who are actually on site, you are not required to register in advance. If you wish to speak, you are encouraged to register in advance. There will be a public comment period from 11 a.m. to noon and then 2 to 3 on that meeting, March the 21st, for those that are there in person. Yeah, the public comment period, allowing drivers and leasees of commercial vehicles to tell their personal experience with leases and maybe present any supporting information they'd like to share to assist in making recommendations, according to the note from the FMCSA this past day. All right, closing out Super Tuesday. When's the last time Eagle was first out of the box? It's been a while. What do you say, Eagle? Big day for Donald Trump? Hello, Eagle, Eagle. He may have stepped out of his truck. I know he's there somewhere. Well, he probably didn't expect to get on first out of the box. You know, that seldom happens. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I just seen a whole bunch of electric work trucks and their backup, supply trucks making their way from westbound right before Flagstaff and going, I guess, to California to help them with their electrical problems. So that was nice to see. Well, I'm in a different tractor because the part could not be acquired. So I'll tell you what, these tractors that have a short wheelbase and just one drive axle, it really not very good for me, because I just have this fear that if something were to start out in front of me and I try to go one way or the other real quick, I'm gonna flip this thing over. I just really do not like these short wheelbase trucks. But that's just me. Well, so Trump takes it all but Vermont.
Correct.
Well, there's a lot of Democrats wearing elephant skins up that way. I think they're more socialist than anything else, and they figure Haley's their best person to become the socialist leader.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, politics makes strange bedfellows, and I don't, tongue in cheek there. They probably are going to go ahead and bury the hatchet, probably not in each other's head, but it's probably a come to Jesus moment, just like Obama had with Clinton. When it looked like Obama was going to be the nominee, Hillary said, I'll back you up with my supporters if you ...
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's going to happen with Haley. But the longer she stays in and and continues to, alienate the rest of the Trump Republicans, and even, those that are undecided or the independents, I think she's going to really push herself so far to the left that Trump's not going to be able to bring her to the fold. Now, listening to some of the listening to some of the people that were interviewed by Fox today, you would think you would base your vote on results. We've seen what happened when Trump was in office. The results were absolutely fan-damn-tastic. And we see the results of Biden being in office, and they're just absolutely terra-damn-bell. I mean, it seemed like to me that they wanted to run and be, the Democrats be president, be in power, and then run on the Trump coattails. And it ain't working for them. And they're talking about, they're going to attack Trump at his weakest point, the jugular. He lost the 2020 election. Now, that probably is not what gets Trump's goat, because we know the Dems cheated. There's been too damn many instances of irregularities. The greatest irregularity was Pennsylvania. Trump has 1 million vote or 750,000 vote lead. Next morning, he loses by 250,000. Now, Georgia, we had a pipeline burst, and so we had to send everybody out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they say, but they can't prove it. So, and if you say a president can't ask for a recount, because then that's trying to overturn the election, then I guess maybe the recount request ought to be nullified on account that, hey, you're trying to change the results. I don't know. That's just me on some certain things. I'll tell you what, the roads in Arizona and the roads here in New Mexico are absolutely pathetic. Last week, coming up through Arizona from California, I hit a stretch of road, Interstate 10, that was so bad, it broke the mount for a tablet that we have in these tractors. It broke the mount.
Wow.
That was attached to the, And it's like, why do these people not see what's going on here? It's because all the four-wheelers are in the left lane where it's nice and smooth. And if we get into the left lane now out here in Arizona and New Mexico, then we're impeding traffic, and then we are subject to fines. But they damn sure don't give a hoot in hell about the right lane. So, as far as the border is concerned, you don't hear much about New Mexico complaining about the illegal aliens. And I don't know why that it's not being reported more, because you know them buggers are coming in, through the Mexico border. It's not like they're avoiding New Mexico. But I think the deal is they're not staying in New Mexico. I mean, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't either. But they're getting bussed up to Denver. And they'll stop at Love's truck stops along the way. Like one there in Las Vegas, New Mexico. That's a popular stopping point for the illegal aliens. But, I don't think they want to stay here in New Mexico. They'd rather be somewhere else. Perhaps our state looks too much like where they came from. Central America, Mexico, South America, whatever. So, did you hear Trump say in his, well, maybe not, because you might have been asleep at the time or busy with show prep, but Trump had said that they are now flying illegal aliens over the border. Yeah. 350,000? My goodness, how many airplanes is that? That is absolutely...
The big question. Well, I mean, why would they be doing this anyway? That's the question I'd like an answer to.
Exactly. I would love to have an answer, and if it's not satisfactory, then we need to get well, it ain't never going to happen, but I mean, something's got to be done. Trump's the man to do it. He has the record that's positive, and that's all there is to it. And these people just absolutely, I don't know if I mentioned that. I know it started. They would rather vote for Biden if it's Trump, because Biden's not offensive. It's like the records prove who the better person is running this country. But, if it's Biden and Trump, I'll just vote for Biden, knowing full damn well that Biden is the reason for all the economic woes that's going on with this country right now. How stupid are these people? And Trump's rhetoric has been softened. He's not going out and attacking anybody now. He's just saying flat out, here it is. My domestic policies, my foreign policies, the border. Everybody was making money. So, I don't know. And they're saying, well, it's the uneducated that are voting for Trump. Well, I've got some college. I didn't graduate.
Oh, my goodness.
But I've got some. But, the saying is,
half the country's uneducated. Are they trying to say the smart people are voting for Joe Biden?
It sure sounds like it, and Nikki Haley.
Okay.
But I mean, you know what? Not everybody can go to college. And the old saying is, there's never enough knowledge that you can acquire in college. And there's enough college-educated idiots out there that, maybe a kid from middle school could run the country better than what the alleged person with the college degree can. So, but anyways, I'll go ahead and I'll let you go, senor. I got to fuel up before I get into apple turkey. So you have yourself a good night, and I'll be listening.
You mentioned the power trucks. According to the numbers from poweroutage.us, most of the power has been restored out there. But yes, that was also a headline. Where does this come from? The Biden administration flew 320,000 migrants into the U.S. last year. We'll give you the rest of the story coming up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, why, you might ask. Charlie McCarthy writes for Newsmax. Story breaking this past day. The Biden administration has used secretive flights to transport migrants into the United States, adding to the massive influx at the southern border. A Center for Immigration Studies Freedom of Information Act lawsuit discovering this. The center's Todd Bensman first reported that the Freedom of Information Act suit discovered that Customs and Border Protection approved secretive flights that last year alone transported 320,000 illegals from foreign countries into at least 43 different U.S. airports. This administration is both importing voters and creating a national security threat from unvetted illegal immigrants. That was the statement from Elon Musk when the news broke this past day, referring to the secretive flights. It is highly probable the groundwork is being laid for something far worse than September 11. Just a matter of time, he says. Now, while Democrat-led cities and media focus on Governor Abbott's initiative that has bussed migrants from the border to elsewhere in the country, the Customs and Border Protection has refused to disclose the airports where the secret migrant flights have landed. The agency's lawyers say the airport locations cannot be revealed because those hundreds of thousands of Customs and Border Protection authorized arrivals created such operational vulnerabilities at airports that bad actors could undermine law enforcement efforts to secure the United States border. If they knew the volume of CBP One traffic processed at each port of entry, according to the Center for Immigration Studies. What is the CBP-1? CBP-1. It's the scheduling app that's part of the administration's what they call lawful pathways strategy. The stated purpose is to reduce the number of illegal border entries between the ports of entry. Countries whose citizens are eligible: Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, and Ecuador. Now, we've talked about emptying the jails in Venezuela. What is unfolding in Haiti right now? Well, the gangs have taken over. They're taking over the infrastructure. Earlier this week, they took over the prisons. Some 6,000 plus criminals have all escaped. How many of them might be headed our way? In other words, migrants who cannot legally enter the U.S. use the app to apply for travel authorization and temporary humanitarian release from those airports. The parole program allows for 2-year periods of legal status during which adults are eligible for work authorization. The government characterizes these programs as family reunification programs. It is 844-844-3388. Back to the calls ahead on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Tuesday is the biggest day of the 2024 presidential primary season. Super Tuesday will award over one-third of the total delegates possible for the Democratic and Republican presidential hopefuls from over a dozen states. Reports say former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley may enter GOP campaign with a poor showing. Firefighters in Texas are continuing to wrangle against the largest wildfire in the state's history, which has burned crops, killed thousands of livestock, and destroyed structures. While giving an update about the fire, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott tells people in the area to keep their eyes on the situation as the fire is not close to being put out.
The fire is not yet put out, has not yet been extinguished. And until it is, and with the weather conditions constantly changing, we all need to maintain vigilance to make sure that nobody else loses their life.
The White House is ramping up efforts to deliver aid to civilians in Gaza by airdropping supplies over the region. During a press briefing, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby details the recent delivery of aid.
Department of Defense conducted another airdrop of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. 3 U.S. C-130s dropped 60 bundles with a total of more than 36,000 meals ready to eat. We were joined in this endeavor by several Jordanian aircraft as well.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says his state is cracking down on spring breakers' misbehavior this year as communities prepare for an influx of tourists. He spoke from Miami Beach on Tuesday.
I know some people may be coming from other jurisdictions where they can get away with this type of activity. That is not going to fly in the Sunshine State.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In February, the Senate tanked a bipartisan immigration and foreign aid bill after Republicans came out against it. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley joining Fox News to say former President Donald Trump should never have told members of Congress to block the bill, as border security is a huge issue in the country.
Congress should have gotten in a room and not come out until they strengthened that bill to protect Americans. But what happened was Donald Trump said don't pass anything until after the general election because it would hurt him. We can't wait one more day to strengthen these asylum laws.
Reaction is continuing to come in after the Supreme Court ruled earlier this week that former President Donald Trump should appear on the ballot in Colorado after the state's Supreme Court ruled the GOP presidential candidate violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist clause because of his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton joins Fox Business and says he believes that Democrats are trying every option to keep the former president off the ballot.
The Democrats are resorting to legal warfare to try to keep President Trump off the ballot. Thankfully, the Supreme Court junked that yesterday. I think that you're also going to see President Trump winning most of these bogus cases against him. But it's a sad state of affairs when Joe Biden and the Democrats are so unpopular that they can't try to win at the ballot box. They can simply try to imprison their opponent.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, we return. Hour number 2. All right, closing out Super Tuesday from time zone to time zone and making it into a Wednesday as we turn the page. Well, we had 6th day of March, March 6th of 2024. Did I say hello to Matt earlier? He did check in. Happy Hump Day. See you at the Mid-America Truck Show, he says. All right, look forward to meeting you there. Timothy, good morning from good old Rocky Mount, Virginia. Nice night tonight, 55 degrees. Hello to Glenn. Good evening, drivers. And Steve, it's Bike Week. Awesome time at Bike Week. And enjoying some time out of the truck this week. Everybody be safe, yeah. Hope you're, again, enjoy that this week. All right, Buckeye Boy, where are we at this Wednesday morning? Checking in from I-20 about 70 miles west of Tuscaloosa. 60 degrees, some off and on sprinkles. Yes, good day for Donald Trump. And looks like he will indeed secure the Republican nomination. I feel in a speech he needs to not get cocky, be conciliatory, talk about his platform going forward. Maybe congratulate Nikki for her accomplishments, apologize for his comments about her husband who is actually deployed. He upset some military families on both sides of the aisle. He also needs those military votes and the votes of those would-be Nikki supporters. Little common sense approach there, right? Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, I see Rubber Duck is on the line there. I'll get you in just a moment here. He was asking, I guess that's his, what do you call her, Miss Snore-a-Lot, a.k.a. Bashful Kim, was last week's winner of the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig, the Diesel Duo. And he's kind of asking, well, how do you get the prize back? Mindy, I believe, because it's a Facebook promotion, she would have sent her like a private message. Does Kim check her messenger there, the private message? Just have her check that. And if she hasn't got that yet, I would call the toll-free number. They're at Hot Shot Secret. Ask for Mindy Groves. And she's got to get the address, obviously. So, yep, and they'll get that out post-haste, as they say. There you go. Hello to Jeff in Florida. Checking in. Good morning. Let's see. Roy, what do you got? They're looking at record highs in the stock market. And their 401k, I'm guessing. Is that people that are supporting this administration? Is that what you're referring to, I guess? Hello, Brother Rambler. Good morning or good evening, wherever you might be. Brother Rambler checking in with you from Bruton, Alabama. Kind of a foggy night, 63. Prayers going out for the Dipsy driver. He lost his father last night. And prayers for his beautiful wife, who is hospitalized at this point in time. We love you, Brother Dipsy. I start my new route Monday the 18th. And you guessed it, I'll be going back to Louisiana. I have 7 stops. Wow, okay. Ponchatoula, Albany, Amity, is it Amity? Independence, Hammond, and Robert, all the stops in Louisiana. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Maybe try to check in a bit later this morning. All right, y'all behave out there. No Brother Rambler, and Jesus loves you all right? Update from some of our listening friends out there. As the exit polls, as they refer to it, and the pollsters are out trying to get a few words from people. They have people going in, people coming out. What's your big issue? As one of the questions they're asking. We know immigration is one of the top issues right now, but that is on the Republican side. What do you think the number one issue on the left is? It is still, yes, it is still abortion. In the wake of Roe versus Wade, abortion is the main driver for Democrat voters on Super Tuesday yesterday. Immigration, the top concern among Republicans, according to the exit poll data from the Decision Desk headquarters. Immigration, dominant issue for Republican voters, 44% citing that as their top concern, followed by the economy at 28%, abortion at 8%, crime 7%, education 4%, foreign policy 4%. Among those without a bachelor's degree, former President Donald Trump commands a substantial 76% of the vote, leaving former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley with 19%. Among voters with at least a bachelor's degree, Haley gains more ground with 36% compared to Trump's 57%. On the Democrat side, as we mentioned, the top issue, abortion, cited by 27% of respondents as their number one issue. The economy close behind at 25%. Other notable issues include education at 11%, immigration. Isn't that astounding? Yeah, 44%, number one issue for Republican voters. It's in the single digits on the Democrat side. Immigration just 9%. Foreign policy at 9%, crime at 8%. Almost half of Democrat voters, at 47%, agree that the nation is on the right track, whereas 7% of Republican voters said America is on the right track. So if it's 47% of Democrats that say it's on the right track, that means a majority, even of Democrats, that would be 53%. It is not on the right track. Very interesting numbers as we close out Super Tuesday. Let's try again here. Eagle, we got you this morning. What's happening out there?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. You're in a warehouse?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, hold on. Hold on for a minute. I was in the restroom. I just walked out. Yeah, I didn't know you were going to put me on hold that quick. But yeah, okay, yeah, I'm back outside now, Steve. I was in the truck stop. Hey, listen, man, I got a couple things to say before I get to Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. Like I do every couple of months with you, Steve, before I get to Charles Barkley, because I'm kind of pissed off about what Barkley had to say. I want to, like I always tell you, every couple of months, I appreciate your show, because like I say, I travel. I don't go to all the states, but I go to a lot of states, and there's nobody on the radio, that's got a deal like you got going on. You let the people voice their opinions, and you gotta, you've been doing it for a while. You're second generation. Your father was doing it, and you took over for him, and you're doing a good job. You got some good callers, so hopefully, I want people to realize how lucky they are to have somebody like you, because I don't know if people heard about it. George Soros a couple of weeks ago, I think you talked about it.
Yeah.
He's trying to buy out a lot of radio stations so he can put people out of business. People like you, people that allow people to voice their opinion. So just so people know that George Soros, he don't want people to be able to express their opinion, especially when you're talking about Joe Biden, because they want to keep people stupid and ignorant, to keep you continuing to vote for a loser like Joe Biden, keep him in the White House, keep the border wide open, and keep Americans getting killed. So just so people know that. Now, let me get to Charles Barkley right quick, Steve, because I got a real big problem when somebody tries to tell me who I should vote for and who I should support. Because, see, Charles Barkley is just like people like Whoopi Goldberg and some other people. See, they're Jesse Jackson and Sharpton. They believe that only whites can be racist. But see, I got bad news for Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley, you're what I call a black racist, my man. Because see, you don't tell black people who they support and who they vote. If a black man wants to vote for Donald Trump, that's exactly what he can do. It ain't a damn thing you can do about it. Because that's that man's choice. He doesn't have to vote for Joe Biden because you want him to, Charles Barkley. You play basketball. You're not a politician. He has his own show, NBA show, Steve. People tune into the NBA show to hear about the NBA basketball. They don't give I know I do, and I don't give a damn about what Charles Barkley got to say about Donald Trump. And if he don't like Donald Trump, And if he think blacks shouldn't support Donald Trump, it's none of his damn business who I vote for. And then he took it a step a little bit too far a couple of days ago, where he said he would punch a man in the face. If he seen a black man walking down the street with a Donald Trump hat on or a Donald Trump t-shirt on, he would punch him in the face. Well, I got news for you, Charles Barkley. I dare you to put your hands on me, my man. If you see me walking down the street with a Trump hat or a Trump t-shirt on, that'll be the last man you try to put your hands on. I promise you that. So, like I said before, Steve, people, I don't give a damn who somebody votes for. You vote for Biden, you vote for Trump, you vote for Haley. I don't care who you vote for. It's none of my damn business. Only man I can vote for, when I walk into that voting booth, the only man that I'm concerned with is my damn self. And I'm not concerned with Steve Summers, because you vote for who you want to vote for. I can't tell Steve, call in to Steve's show and tell Steve, I'm not going to listen to your radio show unless you vote for Donald Trump. Steve can vote for who he want to vote for. And I get real aggravated with that, Steve, when I have people trying to tell others who the hell they need to support and who they vote for. It's none of your damn business, Charles Barkley. You do your job and continue talking about the NBA, not politics. You want to get involved in politics, my man, get involved in politics. Other than that, keep your damn mouth shut. Hey, no, I don't need nothing. Keep your mouth closed. What do you need?
Reason why you think Donald Trump's been fucked, and I know that loudly fucked.
Well, like I said, just keep your mouth closed. Now, let me speak about Donald Trump right quick. Let me speak about him, Steve.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me get on to Nikki Haley. Let me get to Nikki Haley right quick, because this is another joke. Nikki Haley is a Democrat. She should have got out of the race a long time ago. She's an embarrassment. She got wiped out in her own state of South Carolina. She got wiped out again tonight in this Super Tuesday. It's time for her to move on, but she's sponsored by the Democrats. She's paid for by the Democrats. So, like I told you a couple of days ago, she needs to run as a Democrat. If she wants to be paid by these people, if she wants to support their agenda, well, change your allegiance to Democrat, because that's exactly what you are. And get the hell out of the way, because, like I said, Donald Trump is doing his deal. He's coming down the tracks, and ain't a damn thing they can do about it. People are tired of seeing what's going on with Biden. Like I said, he can come on TV on Thursday night and lie all he wants, because that's all he's going to do is lie. You said just earlier, this guy is still flying people into the USA. He couldn't get them across the border, walking across, because Abbott shut that down. So now he's flying them in, huh? Now he's flying them in.
What you talking about? It's not Democratic Republican fraud system. I think Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz.
Eagles being kind of confronted by someone, obviously. Where did he say he's at the truck stop? Yeah, he had to go. Somebody maybe has a little disagreement with Eagle there. Charles Barkley, I hadn't touched on that. The report says it is no secret Charles Barkley is not a fan of Donald Trump or his supporters. Yeah, he's been extremely outspoken about all that before, even before Trump was elected president. But earlier this week, he was on CNN with Gayle King, and he had more to say in response. Apparently, Trump made a statement along the lines that more and more of the black population is walking around with shirts showing Trump's mugshot, apparently. When King asked Barkley how he felt about that, he took a deep breath and said, first of all, I'm just going to say this. If I see a black person walking around with a Trump mugshot, I'm going to punch him in the face. King said, you really can't say that because you don't mean that. Yeah, but we know he was not kidding, which is what he said in response. And he said, remember, he's the same guy who said he'd punch Aaron Rodgers in the face if he was Jimmy Kimmel. If I see a black person walking around with a Trump mugshot, I'm going to punch him in the face. That's the Charles Barkley quote. from earlier this week. Okay. Yeah, a little divisive in this country, aren't we? Hey, we were talking about the power outages earlier while we were all focused on the mountains of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada last weekend. Other areas were dealing with incredible winds. A big windstorm consuming another section out west, blowing up mountains of dust, knocking out power to tens of thousands in the Las Vegas area. The popular social media page, Las Vegas Locally, showing video where traffic on the strip coming to a standstill. Huge gust of wind swirling around in a cloud of dust people couldn't see. National Weather Service reported record-breaking winds. At Harry Reid International Airport, the Weather Service's Las Vegas office recording a 68-mile-per-hour wind, the highest March wind gust since March 27 of 1985. The 68-mile-per-hour winds measured yesterday, now this was over the weekend, was tied for the 14th strongest wind gust ever recorded at Harry Reid International Airport. That includes events that were thunderstorm wind events, or what we call virga, or precipitation events, and also, like we saw, was a gradient wind event. Hundreds of flights were delayed across the Vegas airport. Winds left many Clark County residents without power, peaking at over 30,000 customers on Saturday, uprooting trees, signs, resort pool chairs, and even trampolines. The Las Vegas Journal-Review said, due to extreme wind conditions, various areas around the valley have been affected. The disruptions, including debris in roadways, fallen trees, power outages in the Southeast Valley. For anybody on the road, at that point in time with the reduced visibility, the Weather Service was directing drivers pull off the side of the road and cut off lights, brake lights, including brake lights, to avoid a rear-end accident and wait out the storm. Dust storm. It's 844-844-3388. Jump over to Good Morning, Rubber Duck.
Well, good morning. I hope Eagle's okay, and he needs to call back in, because I know he can stand his ground, but that didn't sound very good.
Somebody was questioning him, right? I heard somebody, I heard the name Ted Cruz or something.
Somebody, he got in there 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And kind of like he was getting in his face. So, yeah, Eagle, please call back. Let us know you're okay. We know you are. I got a shout out last night while I was half asleep. Thank you, our mysterious tanker yanker friend, Will. I appreciate that. That was 3 rotators down there on the bridge in Louisville from Suburban Towing, who is probably the biggest company in Kentucky, from what I've seen. And they train and they cross-train with the fire departments, and that rescue of that lady proves that. But then we always have everybody crying about wrecker bills. Well, I don't think Cisco's going to be crying about that wrecker bill. They saved their driver. I don't think that driver's family is going to be crying about that wrecker bill. That wrecker bill is going to be pretty high. You know, that's the best thing they had was they had communication. All the operators were wearing wireless headsets that could communicate, and they're even able, they come with an extra set you can hand off to an incident commander, so he's on your frequencies, because everybody's on different ones. But there are little things that have changed the game in the towing industry. They have to be billed for. I wrote a bill on a truck wreck. I think it was $700 for the headsets for communication tools.
but we used them for, 5 hours. You had data, you had this, you had that. That cost has to be passed on. So that being said, those guys down there did a hell of a job. That is a once in a lifetime rescue and recovery.
And
so hats off to the Louisville Fire Department.
How is it? How do you think that fifth? How did that fifth wheel, was it able to hang on like that?
One hell of a mechanic that kept it adjusted. There was no slop in it.
Yeah, it's just hard to imagine.
It defies the odds. Whatever brand fifth wheel was on that truck, I'm not a bettor or a gambler really. I think we need to buy some stock in that company because I don't think they're going anywhere. They proved the point. They're not.
Do you remember
going anywhere
about a year ago?
I
shared a story, and like I said, it's been about a year ago, about a company that has developed a fifth wheel for trucks that find themselves out in the strong crosswinds and they're going to blow over kind of thing. That they had developed a fifth wheel that will automatically unhook if the trailer is going over, so it doesn't bring the tractor with it. Now, had they had that kind of a device in place, she would have been in the drink.
Oh yeah, she'd been in a submarine. I wonder, does Lovell? I know they make construction equipment. I watched that with Mike Rowe tonight. I wonder if they make submarines. Sorry.
So
that's the best I could do.
So it's oil change time again, right? So, Kimmy's got to get a hold of Miss Mindy Groves there at Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, hold the thought, though, because news break time. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. What do we got? Wednesday coming on. Hey, Mike. Midweek already. Hope your week is going well. We'll return after this.
USA News Update. Meta has issued an apology for an outage that disrupted access to Facebook, Instagram, and associated services like Threads and Facebook Messenger Tuesday morning. Spokesman confirmed a technical glitch was responsible for the disruption, and it has been resolved. Late fees on credit cards are now capped at $8 as part of the Biden administration's broader effort to eliminate unnecessary fees. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau projects this new regulation will save families over $10 billion annually. A Los Angeles man is suing a luxury Las Vegas resort alleging he was stung by a scorpion while asleep at the Venetian's Palazzo Tower on December 26th. He claims he was stung 3 or 4 times in the testicles, causing excruciating pain. The lawsuit states that months later he's still grappling with medical problems. Additionally, the man says the resort failed to offer compensation for his hotel room. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, quick weather update, a service of our friends at Big Daddy Walker Productions. So we're rolling into midweek here, so start looking ahead. Our next powerful storm is going to spread some drenching rain and severe weather across parts of the south central states here late this week and into the weekend. Stormy conditions developing. Moving from Texas eventually to the Carolinas, starting later Thursday, between Thursday and Saturday. It's going to be a pocket of cooler air settling across the plains this week, encountering the warm, moist air that is currently surging in out of the Gulf of Mexico. That's what they call the clash of the air masses that will spark rapid development of thunderstorms and downpours from Kansas to eastern Texas, Thursday afternoon through Thursday night. Now, the persistent flow out of the Gulf will bring multiple chances for rain and thunderstorms across the south this week. Now, that storm late this week expected to yield a threat for flooding rains and locally severe storms across the south, starting Thursday night all the way into Saturday. We start back in eastern Texas, northern Louisiana, and southern Arkansas Thursday and Thursday night. They are talking maybe some large hail, damaging winds, the primary threats, and cannot rule out an isolated tornado. And we'll bring you the latest as we get closer to that point in time. Let's get back to Rubber Duck here. All right, thanks for hanging in there. What else we got?
Well, oil change time is coming up. Wow, I've done 15,000 miles since November. But I want to prove a point to the boss. If everything they say about this and what I've seen through the winter, I've gone from 4.9 miles per gallon down to a 4.6. That's all around. Idle time with the PTO pump running to load, sleeping. I'm sorry. I use heat. I don't have an APU. I don't have room for it. A car hauler is not the most aerodynamic thing in America.
Right.
A 57 Chevrolet going backwards in a quarter mile with the trunk lid up gets better fuel mileage than I get. Especially when I put a Suburban or a pickup truck on the head rack. I get under 4 miles per gallon. But we compensate for that. But yeah, I can't wait to prove a point, to prove that the Hot Shot secret is going to help us better than just dosing the fuel in the wintertime when it gets below freezing with a competitor's additive, because it's too expensive to at $20 a bottle. We can't put that in every time. However, I remember older bosses when we went from the old diesel fuel to the ultra low sulfur, they had us put a fuel additive in every time we got fuel. Those trucks had no injector problems, none of the breakdown things that we have. Today's breakdown problems are to me things getting corroded up.
Yep.
Be it your DEF sensor that's dosing your for your regen, be it your filter, is your EGR coolers let go and sucked antifreeze through it and run it into the oil and contaminated the filter. I have had every problem that you could have with these trucks since 2012. I quit jobs to find a deleted truck because that was the best I could do. And that was winding up being a lease purchase. So we'll get right back onto that track. When we spoke with that company, and we went with them because they're a logistics company that controls all the vehicles that go to Hawaii. We were going to be the land bridge from the East Coast to the West Coast with the military vehicles. It was very lucrative freight. Contracts got switched around, rates got cut. But we'd entered into a lease purchase program with these people. Within the first 90 days, the man said, give me a list of what is wrong with your truck, and I will fix it. Didn't take me 90 days. Wrote the list, gave it to them. They put us in another truck. They kept us at a company percentage rate, a quarter of the revenue, which between two drivers is 12.5%. Thank God you love the driver you're splitting that 12.5% with. For 4 months, we lived on $80 a day. The fuel advance money, when you got fuel.
Mm-hmm.
We put everything into that truck. Every bit of what we made. We put $79,000 worth of repairs out between January 1 and the start of March Madness 9 years ago. I thank God for the drivers that drove over the hood of the truck, totaled the $116,000 Audi, and got the truck put in the body shop so I had enough time to get back to Nashville and try to find a regular job. I lost my house over this truck. I was not able to pay my bills, and I never got reimbursed for any of those so-called warranty repairs. These people that are leasing these trucks to these drivers are no better than the buy here, pay here lot in town. You can't afford that $10,000 car. By the time you get done paying for that $10,000 car, it's a $25,000 car that you owe money on, and you're lucky if it's worth $8,000.
Yeah.
It can all be added up into the truck. We just have to multiply the numbers.
Well, for the most part, I mean, isn't that kind of the premise of the buy here, pay here? I mean, that Their goal is to get your whatever you got to put down, get you some payments, pay it for a year and a half. You miss a few payments, and they take the car back and do it all over again.
So I had a man, and this goes back 30 years ago in Baltimore. He had pictures of all the old great Baltimore Orioles, Baltimore Coats on his walls. Oh, I sold him this Cadillac. I sold him that. I sold him. And he turned into the walking man's friend. That was his motto. I'm Johnny Wilbanks, the walking man's friend. You walk in here with $5 in your pocket, you're going to drive out today. He sold them same cars 5 and 6 times.
Yeah.
Then it got better when they came up with GPS that they could put in the cars to where they could find them. Imagine chasing these people down off a paper trail, off of bills, no social media, no pictures of them in front of the Applebee's with their late payments on their Hellcat. No, none of that. None of those easy things. We dug the ground. We were sniffing trails trying to find cars back in the day, but it's just something to think about. They say they want to abolish that side of it. They won't abolish that side of the trucking industry until they abolish that side of the auto industry, and they will never abolish that side of the auto industry because some of the biggest automotive groups are also the biggest holders of the buy here, pay here lots. And I got to be careful because I'm biting the hand that feeds me. But the stuff that I am taking to the auction, 110, 130, 140,000 miles on it, 10 and 12-year-old vehicles, they're thrashed out. If they're under 120,000 miles, they're actually buying them back. Somebody's cleaning them up just a little bit, putting one good used tire on it and a half-band welded muffler. Oh, and because there's no vehicle inspections, they're getting sent right back to that same buy here, pay here lot. They're buying their own cars back 2 and 3 months later. I got the software to prove it. It's sad, but so Nikki needs to keep her mouth shut because she ain't gonna have no job. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, for the most part, most of these candidates,
respect.
Most of these candidates, like DeSantis and Ramaswamy, and not Chris Christie because he ain't gonna have. But most of them, when they kind of concede and drop out of the race, their hope is they'll be offered a position, some sort of position, and that's what they're kind of banking on. If Trump were to win come November. They want a nice position, and they can work their way up in the government. That's the drill. Lone Ranger checks in from how things in Arizona.
Well, it was 73 today. As far as Charles Barkley goes, he's wondering why more black people are going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, the answer is simple. Same reason as more white people are going to vote and anybody else that remembers how things were when he was president. Things were better. People had more money in their pocket. They weren't paying $3.15 a gallon for gas. They didn't have a 7% mortgage. They had a 2%. We were energy independent. The illegals weren't getting treated better than Americans and getting free stuff. In fact, they weren't even here because the border was sealed. Our adversaries respected Trump. You might recall Russia waited until the weakling was in office before they invaded. They actually had troops lined up at Ukraine, but they didn't invade till after Trump was gone. The list goes on and on. Their lives were better, just like everybody else's lives. It has nothing to do with skin color. As far as wearing the shirt, the story that I heard on that is they sort of can relate to what's going on with Trump with these phony charges because they feel that many black people get arrested without cause, and that's where the camaraderie is with the shirt, is what I heard anyway.
Okay.
They're showing support for a guy that they think is being railroaded the way some black people they think get railroaded. But at the end of the day, who cares what a basketball player thinks about anything? Guy plays basketball. Just because he has a lot of money, it doesn't mean his opinion's worth anymore. And if he's all about being black, why isn't his wife black? If he's all about being black.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, who cares? But now, Trump, I mean, everybody's happy. You know, he got all but one state, and the one state he didn't get is Vermont's full of New Yorkers, full of liberals, bunch of Ben and Jerry ice cream licking liberals. Who cares? And there's only 17 delegates, so it's no real loss. He's up to 751, I think they said. He needs 1,200. But, I mean, it's in the bag. But, let's not get apathetic here. Remember what happened in 2020. We went to bed, Trump was ahead, and we woke up, Biden was ahead. So let's remember how these people operate. And that's another reason why more people are voting for him. Every time they attack him with these phony charges, he gets more popular because people are seeing through this. They know it's dirty politics. And fortunately, Supreme Court's been ruling in his favor because they know it too. And the couple of the Democrat BS artists, the one guy that wears a do-rag on his head, I think his name is Raskin or something like that. He said, well, this is insurrection, they did the right thing. That Article 14, Section 3 says that was set up so that Confederate soldiers couldn't run for any kind of an office after the Civil War because they were afraid they would have a grudge against people and, use a political position to harm people, pretty much like what's going on now. But it says in there, if you're guilty of insurrection, then you can't run. But it doesn't mention the word president. It just says different, like Senate, Congress, and all that. But Trump was never charged with and never found guilty of insurrection. Even Jack Smith, who's an anti-Trumper, who hates Trump, never charged him. He can't. Trump on national TV called for a peaceful protest. Beyond that, he had no control what happened. And he also, we got to remember, he offered the National Guard to Nancy Pelosi, who was in charge of security on January 6th, and she said no. Now, when they have other protests where they got nervous, they had big fence and National Guard, but for January 6th, they didn't. So the biggest problem, in my opinion, and by the way, don't write Nikki Haley off. She got a lot of votes. Now, some of the votes were from Democrats. There's some states where Democrats can vote in the primary and all that stuff. So, there's corruption there too. But don't write her off because she may get a position in the cabinet because she does have a following of Republicans. But, not everybody that voted for her was a corrupt Democrat. Mm-hmm. Some of them were. So don't write her off. She might have some value. I don't know where that's going to go, but I hope Trump realizes that she has some value and just doesn't hold a grudge against her because she promised not to run against him. You got to move beyond all that stuff. But the biggest problem is going to be the cheating. For some reason, the Democrats are very comfortable having a nursing home patient run against a strong leader. And I think they're confident that they can either do some more ballot stuffing or get some illegals to vote. I think that's the two big cheating items that we're going to have to deal with. So let's not get too comfortable because that's what we did last time. Look what happened. But hopefully he'll make it and all this other crap will go away. But they said that this is making history. For a guy to get more and more popular as more charges come his way, these people are flabbergasted over this. They just you watch switch over to CNN, the people are literally crying. I mean, they don't know how to handle this. It's too much to handle. So anyway, hopefully he'll be successful. And the other thing that bothers me, a British ship sunk in the Red Sea. It got hit by the Houthis, whatever they call them.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's sunk. And there's a huge oil slick, 18-mile oil slick. We're not hearing any big barking from the environmentalists. There's no repercussions. And we'll go back again to when one of our ships got just attacked when Reagan was in, and he sunk half of the Iranian army over that. And the ship didn't even sink. It just got hit. So I don't know why they're letting these people get away with this. It was a British cargo ship. Britain is one of our allies. Why aren't we doing something about it? So far, all we've done is bombed a bunch of empty warehouses with nobody in them. That's another reason why Trump is so successful. There's just who these people are that says the country's going in the right direction. I'd like to interview one of these people. You've got people dying on the streets at the hands of these illegals. They're staying in posh hotels while you got homeless people, including veterans, sleeping on the street and under bridges. The illegals are in hotels, 4-star hotels. They're getting free phones, free education, free medical care. There's people that have lost everything they own over a medical bill. Medical bill can wipe you out financially completely. So we got higher interest. The wages aren't keeping up with the inflation. I mean, everything is going, and there's nothing that's going right now. Now, and then Trump mentioned tonight that, they're bragging about the stock market doing well. And his opinion is the stock market's doing well because he's doing well, and the investors see the possibility of him being back in office. That's what he thinks about it. But anyway, we'll see where it goes. But I think we need to be a little more cautious. We can't get too comfortable like we did the other time.
Correct.
And as far as Charles Barkley, who really cares? He plays basketball. Couldn't care less. Okay, talk to you later.
Have a great morning. There you go, Lone Ranger. What do you think? According to the headline, the FBI is on the hunt for an Iranian agent that is plotting to kill U.S. officials. Rest of the story this past day, an Iranian intelligence officer is wanted in connection with planning to assassinate former and current U.S. officials in revenge for the 2020 killing of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Commander Soleimani. Remember Qasem Soleimani? The FBI posted this on X, the field office in Miami, sharing a wanted notice for Mahid Dastanji Farahani. That may have been butchered, but you get the idea. In connection with the recruitment of individuals for various operations in the United States, including surveillance activities focused on religious sites, businesses, and other facilities in the U.S. The announcement by the FBI, which said Farhani is working directly or indirectly for Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, coming amid heightened tensions with Tehran as the Iranian proxies continue inflaming hostilities connected with the war in Gaza. Of course, Tehran denies any involvement in recent attacks against U.S. targets. But 2 years ago, the Iranian president blamed former President Donald Trump and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo for Soleimani's killing, threatening that Muslims will take out martyrs' revenge against them. You see where my mind is kind of leaning? Yeah, I hope the Secret Service can live up to their expectations in protecting Donald Trump. Yeah, we've said that some people will go to any lengths to make sure he does not make it back into the White House. And when it comes to the likes of the FBI, I think it's been pretty clear. Well, at the leadership level, there's not many friends of Donald Trump, if you know what I mean. Now, in addition, Shahram Persafi, a member of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was indicted in 2022 for an alleged revenge plot to kill former National Security Advisor John Bolton. After news of this latest threat, Pompeo and Brian Hook, former President Donald Trump's special envoy for Iran, were given around-the-clock security. So yes, Donald Trump is on the list, if you know what I mean. The U.S. Treasury Department in December announced sanctions against Farhani and another Iranian intelligence officer. When he was taken out, Soleimani actually oversaw a number of militias that targeted U.S. troops in Iraq and had more American blood on his hands than any terrorist since Osama bin Laden, according to the Department of Justice report from back in 2021. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Wall Street took a significant downturn Tuesday, largely due to a sell-off in the tech sector. Apple, Netflix, and Microsoft all experienced notable declines, dragging down the major indices by over 1% each. When the closing bell rang, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted by 404 points, while the S&P 500 dipped by 52 points, and the Nasdaq fell by 268 points. Meta has issued an apology for an outage that disrupted access to Facebook, Instagram, and associated services like Threads and Facebook Messenger Tuesday morning. A spokesman confirmed that a technical glitch was responsible. Arizona Independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema announced Tuesday through a social media video that she will be stepping down from her position at the end of the year.
Because I choose civility, understanding, listening, working together to get stuff done, I will leave the Senate at the end of this year.
Her decision not to pursue re-election has significant implications for the Senate, potentially altering its delegate balance, where Democrats currently maintain a narrow majority. Texas Governor Greg Abbott described the wildfires ravaging the panhandle of his state as nothing less than catastrophic as he conducted an aerial tour of the affected area Tuesday.
What was once homes or other structures or property has been reduced to nothing more than ashes, something that can never be used again whatsoever.
The Smokehouse Fire, currently the largest in Texas history, has consumed 70% of Hemphill County, leading to the displacement of a number of families and tragically claiming 2 lives. In January, new orders for manufactured goods decreased for the second consecutive month, with the Commerce Department reporting a $21 billion decline following a slight decrease in December. Unfilled orders saw a slight increase of just over $2 billion in January. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
There are at least 5 confirmed deaths in the wake of a plane crash in Tennessee, first reported late Monday. USA's Ryan Daniels with an update.
According to authorities, the single-engine plane came down along an interstate highway near John C. Tooney Airport in Nashville sometime after 7:30 p.m. Initially, the pilot told air traffic controllers he would try for an emergency landing at the air hub, but later notified them the plane wasn't going to make it.
FAA investigators will continue working the scene alongside NTSB crews who arrived in Nashville Tuesday. Michigan officials report that an explosion at a business fueled by butane canisters and over 100,000 vape pens resulted in 1 fatality. The blast occurred Monday night at Select Distributors in Clinton Township, north of Detroit. A 19-year-old man was struck in the head by metal debris about a quarter mile from the scene and later died from his injuries. Late fees on credit cards are now capped at $8 as part of the Biden administration's broader effort to eliminate unnecessary fees. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau projects that this new regulation will save families over $10 billion annually. During the 2024 Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race, 5-time winner Dallas Seavey shot and killed a moose that became entangled with his dog sled team. The incident happened about 100 miles into the 1,000-mile race course early Monday morning. Seavey explained on Iditarod.com that he killed and gutted the moose as best he could after it behaved aggressively toward his team. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, Back at it for another hour, another round. Here we go. Welcome back, or welcome aboard for those just joining us at this hour. I'm going to jump down. So you're already headed to the home 20, huh?
Yeah, let me get this straightened out here so you can hear. Otherwise, my $1,000 iPhone can't leave on speaker because they only hear every third word. Freaking piece of junk. Anyway, so I guess we should start out with, hey, Mike.
Yeah.
No, hey, Eagle, where are you? What happened to you, Eagle? Anyways, hey, Mike, what day is it? Hope Eagle's okay.
He's back he's back online, so we'll get a full report coming up here.
All right, I'll either have to get back to it, or I'll have to get back to you, or you'll have to get back to me because I might be asleep by then. But anyways, no, I had the same issue you did yesterday. Now it's today. Today's today because today's hump day. In case we didn't do that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, yesterday I was feeling your pain with you, Your Honor. Yesterday, I did a root canal.
Oh, good times.
Yeah. You said you had to do one.
I went in. I had my visit, and after that, the filling that had popped out and everything, that tooth was sharp as a razor blade. I'm gonna have to have a crown done. So, what he was able to do yesterday was kind of grind down that razor blade sharp edge on the tooth, and it feels a lot better. But yeah, I got next Tuesday. I get to go back bright and early in the morning for another crown. Yeehaw!
Yeah. That's they can't even get mine scheduled from doing this until the first week in April. So I got to wait that long unless they have a cancellation. I'm on the cancellation list. So if it can get done earlier, then we'll get it done on the cancellation list. But anyways, hey, what? I don't know. Did I ask about? We were talking about epidemics there last night, and did we say anything about the electric companies there in Texas and the electric companies kind of in general? Because isn't it the electric company that they're blaming for that whole deal of the fire in Hawaii?
Yeah,
wasn't that
correct? Yes.
And I think they blamed a couple of the electric companies out there in California for their fires happening. And of course, I don't know who owns the electric company there in the northern panhandle of Texas, but you remember a couple of years ago, there was an electric company that had a problem down there in Texas when it got cold, and they had to shut off the windmills. Yeah. What's up with all these electric companies? If the power company can't supply electric just in normal times now, how are we going to supply everything when everything has to be electric, Your Honor? Just asking. Just asking.
Hey, I've been asking the same question over and over again.
Yeah, falls on deaf ears, don't it?
Yep.
But anyways, there. So, so we had an abbreviated night tonight because I had no idea how I was going to feel and how many hours I was going to be up and what sleep I was going to have, and it was just easier to say, just if there's something short going on, I'll do something short, and if there's nothing going on, I wouldn't be disappointed with that. So they found me a short load, so I've already got the load delivered and truck parked, and I'm within a quarter mile of the driveway at this point.
All right.
So anyways, I guess we'll call this an abbreviated night. And I turned here. Get this. I don't know if anybody else out there knows about it or not, but me and the Scarecrow were yakking there, and we were talking about how the water flows from the Great Lakes to the Atlantic Ocean and all that, and trying to figure out how the water gets up Niagara Falls to go out the St. Lawrence Seaway and all that. But I guess that's the Niagara River that comes in. But anyways, there was this story written there a long time ago called Paddle to the Sea. You ever heard of the story called Paddle to the Sea, Your Honor?
I can't say that I have, no.
So it kind of comes out of Canada. There's a native boy up there that whittles, takes a knife and chops up a piece of wood, whittling, and makes a little Indian figure in a canoe and sets it in the snow and lets it go into the water as the snow melts up in one of the lakes up in Canada. And it finds its way through the Great Lakes and is supposed to find its way all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. And anyways, it gets some help along the way because it's got waylaid a few times and got some help and got refurbished. But I won't give you the ending of the story there. But it's a cute little book. It's kind of a child's book, but it's kind of a cute little book. Gives you a little bit of geography and. But anyways, if anybody wants to get out there and look at the Cliff Notes or whatever, called Paddle to the Sea. It was written way back like in the 40s or something, 30s or 40s. But anyways, there's a bunch of people I guess haven't heard about it, but I remember reading it as a kid. Anyways, that's about what we got going for you. And boy, I tell you, I might just stay up to get the update on Eagle. I want to know what happened. I want to know if he got involved with a Charles Barkley fan. And I tell you what, if Steve Garvey there, the old third baseman from the Dodgers, is running, I wish I could go to California and vote for him. I'd vote for Steve Garvey. Anyways, hey, with all that nonsense, Your Honor, you know what you got to do. I can't keep work. I'm done here. I'm home.
It is time for the due diligence. Yeah, shall we try to find a more intelligent caller? All right, Eagle, did you have to whoop somebody's ass, or what's going on?
No, he was, this guy, he was a homeless guy. That's the reason why I very rarely get out of the truck at night. Yeah, a guy begging for money, and he heard me talking about Barkley. He agreed with what I had to say.
Okay.
He agreed with what I was saying, but he didn't want to let me, I tried to tell him I was on the telephone, but he wanted to, for some reason, like I said, he was a homeless guy. He was trying to ask me for some money, what he really wanted, but, yeah, he said he agreed with what I was saying about Barkley because I was inside the truck. I had just walked out the front door when you put me on the air, and he heard me talking about Charles Barkley, and he wanted to get involved in it. Yeah, because I'm in Alabama right now, and that's where Charles Barkley comes from. So he don't like Charles Barkley. He overheard me talking about Barkley because that's Charles Barkley comes from Alabama. He played basketball at Alabama. But yeah, like I say, Steve, that's before I get back to Donald Trump. That's another thing a lot of truck drivers need to watch out for nowadays, man. With all these immigrants that are in the U.S. right now, I've had several guys walk up to me in Walmart. A couple of weeks ago, I had some Haitian guys walk up to me asking for money. And now at truck stops, that's a place where a lot of homeless people go. If you go through the parking lot at some truck stops, you see a lot of people sleeping in their cars. If you walk, if you walk through the parking lot around 1 o'clock, if you go up to the parking lot where the cars park at, you'll notice that there's a lot of people that's sleeping in their cars nowadays, Steve. A lot of people can't afford their rent. They don't have no money. They might have lost their job. So there's a lot of homeless people that hang around at truck stops. And, that's why I very rarely get out of my truck at night because, you can just about be guaranteed that somebody's going to ask you for some money when you're walking back across the parking lot to your truck. And that's what this guy was trying. He was trying to ask me for some money. But if he would have been looking for a fight, I would have definitely gave it to him because I was already pissed off about, Charles Barkley. Like I said, Steve, I don't know if you listened to it, but you need to try to listen to this interview with Barkley. And he's not the only one. Al Sharpton was on TV last week saying the same thing, that blacks shouldn't support Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a racist. How does he know Donald Trump is a racist? These people, Donald Trump has done more for blacks. They keep saying this, these so-called black leaders, they're telling blacks Donald Trump is trying to do everything he can to help black people, get black people to support him, and so he can get back in the White House. You see what Joe Biden is doing. What the hell? Why would you vote for Joe if you were black? That's what I like to ask Charles Barkley. Why should I vote for Joe Biden again? We've seen what he's done for the last 4 years. He hasn't done anything for blacks. So why the hell would I vote for him for another 4 years? Let's get somebody else a chance. Like Donald Trump said the first time in the White House, what the hell do you have to lose? We've already lost too much with Joe Biden to begin with. So I encourage all blacks to step to Donald Trump and get a man a chance to see what the hell he can do, and don't listen to a loser like Charles Barkley, because he's a basketball analyst. Same thing with LeBron James, but he's keeping out of politics. I think after that one day, Laura Ingraham told him to just dribble the basketball and shut up about politics. And somebody needs to tell Barkley the same thing. They pay you to talk about basketball, not politics, because I definitely don't want to hear you. You don't tell me who to vote for. Now, have you heard any news about Nikki Haley, Steve? Because I was occupied with that other guy. Has she dropped out of the race yet, or is she still in the race?
I have not seen any sort of an update as far as if she's even made any sort of statement tonight. I mean, she did win the state of Vermont, so it wasn't a clean sweep for Trump, but I mean, all the others, I mean, 17 delegates is what she got on a Super Tuesday.
Yeah. From what I'm hearing, somebody, who was this guy? Here's another guy, Steve. Anybody that lives in the state of Georgia, they ought to be ashamed. They said Brian Kemp is not a Republican. Did you hear what he told Nikki Haley? He told Nikki Haley not to drop out of the race. He's been a thorn in Donald Trump's side for a long time. This Brian Kemp, and I heard that he's even supporting Fani Willis, the judge down there in Georgia. This guy here, he's a rhino, Steve. This Kemp guy in Georgia, but he encouraged her to stay in the race. Why would he say something so stupid? Why would he tell her to stay in the race? Do you know that?
I have no idea. I mean, maybe for the same reason she's been staying in the race. I mean, hoping that something happens and Trump can't. I don't know. Maybe Trump has a heart attack or something. Stick around just in case.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. There's no reason for Nikki Haley. That should be the first thing. She should have made the announcement tonight, but first thing tomorrow morning, Nikki Haley should hold a press conference and notify people that she's not gonna be involved in this race anymore. But Donald Trump, he's doing the right thing, Steve. I think his handles like.
Hang on a second there, Eagle. I'm trying to pull up the story about Nikki Haley. Yeah, they're saying that she's not going to drop out. That's the report I just pulled up.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, because I hadn't heard any news about her. I know she didn't hold a press conference tonight, so I guess she's still in the race. Well, like I say, they coming up on Georgia next week and a couple of other states that she thinks she might do good in. They got a couple of more deals coming up in Georgia. So like I said, I see no reason for her to stay in the deal, but for some reason, she basically said a couple of weeks ago she gonna stay in the race until the end. So she's just embarrassing herself, and but like I heard one guy say, Steve, she's basically ruined her political career is probably over after this. There's no way she can ever get back involved in politics as a Republican. So she better enjoy all the money that she's making right now, because her career is probably over as far as politics are going, what she's pulling with this deal she's pulling tonight. Now, as far as Trump goes, Steve, Donald Trump, he won all these states. Vermont, I've never been to Vermont before, but I know that's where Bernie Sanders comes from, and that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know about Vermont, is that Sanders comes from there. You know he's nothing but a communist Democrat. So if all the people in Vermont think like him, you can understand why Nikki Haley won, as far as I'm concerned. Now, Trump, Steve, this guy here is on a roll right now. He's going to be in Georgia on Saturday. I encourage anybody that's in Georgia, to watch it on television, because I'm damn sure going to be watching, because I know he's going to talk about this young lady that got killed last week in Georgia. He's holding a rally up in Georgia on Saturday afternoon, and I'm damn sure going to be tuning in, because they had a vote on Saturday, and he's going to talk about Fani Willis, because they got some more information about her. He went in real hard on her a couple of days ago, Steve. Fani Willis is talking about she doesn't know who this guy is or lover, but yet they got over 2,000 telephone calls she made, plus they got the text messages, but she says she doesn't know who this guy is. So that tells you all you need to know about Miss Willis, how honest she is, and when she says that she don't know this man, but yet she called him over 2,000 times, plus all the money that exchanged hands. And she has the nerve to call Donald Trump a criminal. Hey, ain't that a crock, Steve? All these bogus judges got the nerve to call Trump a criminal, and they committing crime way worse. And the biggest joke out of the whole deal, Donald Trump went over this a couple of days ago, Steve. They talking about the value of Donald Trump's property is $18 million. This bogus judge up in New York, Donald Trump's property is valued over $100 million. They got a vacant lot. They were talking about they got a vacant lot that's close to Donald Trump's house that's worth over $100 million. Doesn't even have a damn house on the property, but yet they say that a vacant lot that with nothing on it is valued at more than Donald Trump's home at $18 million. That's a joke. That's an insult to Donald Trump. He said that the other day. Donald Trump's property is valued is well over $100 million and maybe more than that. And for this bogus judge to say this garbage, and the woman that's Letitia James to try to talk about he owed New York $500 million. It's just a joke, a slap in the face. New York City is gone, Steve. Donald Trump, he doesn't even talk about New York City anymore because Donald Trump was born and raised in New York, and that's a past dream. And by the way, Steve, there's another guy who got the hell out of New York, and he had been talking about it for years, and I thought he was just talking and just flapping his mouth. And that's Sean Hannity on Fox News. For years, he had talked about he was going to get the hell out of New York because of the high taxes and the bogus Democratic government up there. Sean Hannity now resides in Florida, Steve, and he's a happy man. And there's a lot of other people that are getting the hell out of New York and moving down to Florida. Like I say, Trump lives there. Tiger Woods and several other celebrities have now made their way down to Florida. By the time everybody leaves New York City, it'll be an empty rat. Only people that'll be left there is the rats, and that's because that's all they got there right now is a bunch of damn rats. So they can have New York City. The hell with it. Nobody needs them. Letitia James, if you want New York City like that, run it, and hopefully everybody will evacuate the whole damn city, and you'll be there by your damn self. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thank you for checking back in. So Eagle's okay after all this. All right, just headlines. The question, will Nikki now drop out? 6 hours ago, according to The Hill, the publication there in D.C., Mulvaney, Haley has some explaining to do if she doesn't quit the race after Super Tuesday. USA Today headline 5 hours ago. Super Tuesday results show Haley should focus on her future in the GOP, whatever that's going to be. New York Times 3 hours ago. Super Tuesday. Will Haley drop out? Let's see, from the Telegraph, that's like the London Telegraph, 49 minutes ago. Nikki Haley still will not concede despite Super Tuesday humiliation. Those are some of the headlines this morning after.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let's see if I can pull up the rest of the story. Within the past hour, via the Telegraph, Nikki Haley declined to drop out of the race and refused to unite behind Donald Trump after he swept the victory in the Super Tuesday contest. The former UN ambassador denying Trump a clean sweep of 15 states by winning Vermont, but was otherwise dominated on the biggest day of the primary calendar. Mr. Trump appealed for Republicans to unite behind him Tuesday night, but Ms. Haley disregarded the call and stressed the party's deep concern with the frontrunner. We're honored to have received the support of millions of Americans across the country today, including in Vermont, where Nikki became the first, quote, Republican woman to win 2 presidential primary contests. Unity is not achieved by simply claiming we're united. Today, in state after state, there remains a large block of Republican primary voters who are expressing deep concerns about Donald Trump. Anyway, sources close to Haley said she has no intention of dropping out immediately, despite the shattering defeats. Trump had claimed in his Super Tuesday victory speech from Mar-a-Lago that this is ultimately going to unify the country and unify the party. I guess Nikki says no. The front runners so far projected to have won, well, it was 14 of the 15 Super Tuesday states. So that's it. More than 600 delegates who are needed to secure the nomination have declared for him, including 169 from California alone. He's not clinched the contest yet, but he's going to do so in very short order. His former boss, Nikki's former boss, his dominant display is ratcheting up a lot of pressure on Nikki to drop out and allow Trump to turn his fire on Joe Biden, who obviously dominated Super Tuesday for the Democrats. So that's where things stand at this hour. Who we got coming up? 5-7 is on board. We'll get to Carl, Pappy, and actually fairly busy here on a hump day. Coming on Newsbreak just around the corner. I'm guessing maybe distracted driver. 2 Indiana state troopers hospitalized this past afternoon when a semi-truck smashes through the previous crash scene. This is northwest region of Indianapolis, a little after 1 o'clock this past day. According to the local Fox affiliate, 2 troopers were inside an Indiana State Police car investigating a crash on Interstate 65 southbound when a semi crashed into them. A couple other vehicles pulled up behind them, and I'm not sure exactly why. A very short time later, a semi who was illegally driving in the third lane came around the curb and struck all 5 vehicles, according to the sergeant, wedging the patrol car between several other vehicles and even forced a tow truck driver to leap over the concrete barrier to avoid being struck by the semi. I guess the good news, officers sustained non-life-threatening injuries, were transported to the hospital. Minor injuries for the other people that were involved. Obviously, several citations issued to the truck driver this past day.
USA News Update. Meta has issued an apology for an outage that disrupted access to Facebook, Instagram, and associated services like Threads and Facebook Messenger Tuesday morning. Spokesman confirmed a technical glitch was responsible for the disruption, and it has been resolved. Late fees on credit cards are now capped at $8 as part of the Biden administration's broader effort to eliminate unnecessary fees. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau projects this new regulation will save families over $10 billion annually. A Los Angeles man is suing a luxury Las Vegas resort alleging he was stung by a scorpion while asleep at the Venetian's Palazzo Tower on December 26th. He claims he was stung 3 or 4 times in the testicles, causing excruciating pain. The lawsuit states that months later he's still grappling with medical problems. Additionally, the man says the resort failed to offer compensation for his hotel room. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back to the phones here. See if we can catch up a little bit. Carl, got you coming up. First, it's 5-7. How we been?
Yeah. How you doing? You sort of, you sort of changed my train of thought there, and I have to add it. But let's just put it this way. I think this last primary pretty well shows, for those powerful people back east, and that's in D.C.
Yep.
It's carried. And it makes sense. You go down the list, China, they're terrified. Russia, they're terrified. The Iranian mullahs, they're terrified. The Democrats, they're terrified of Trump. And what we got left? The rhinos, they're terrified of Trump. Well, guess what? We sort of put the final piece. Now, my theory about, martial law, war breaks out, Biden declares martial law, Kansas election. That's a possibility. No, there's no conspiracy if you're just throwing out theories, which I hope that our military does. I hope our military does this. They call it war gaming. If this happens, this is what we have. What's going to happen? Well, you just threw some things together tonight. And I've been telling over a year to my guys on the phone and, back and forth. I'm thinking, and I won't say it. I won't say it on the phone, and I won't say it because, listen. And the only thing I'll say is, I think Donald Trump say John Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Bobby Kennedy. You know, that's how it seems like in the past things happen. But how do we cover ourselves right now? Well, you've got, I call him Salami. That's how I remember it. Old Salami. Old Salami's revenge is in the country now. Well, that's how we can cover our Democrat rear end, if you know what I mean. So, okay. There he's out there. But you know what? I think the men that stand around, Bongino says the men that stand around the president or their charge, they don't care if they're Democrat, Republican, they don't care who they are. They put their life on the line to protect you. And I got to believe at least a couple layers down in the FBI, they're not going to permit this.
Well, yeah, like I said, that's why I pointed out at the upper echelons. At the top, he ain't got no friends. Now, hopefully that's not the case across the board.
But let's think, all those entities are terrified of Donald Trump. All right? Well, guess what? The FBI and the Injustice Department are really terrified of Donald Trump. So just throw out, he's got a lot of people that are terrified of him. And even Nikki Haley said he's going to have revenge. And I've said earlier, I pray it won't be revenge, but I do. But it's going to look like revenge when justice happens. Mayorkas, the head of the FBI, the head of the Justice Department. You know, just people didn't do their job, and look what we got in our country. And you know, the people that have died over the fentanyl, the massive people in here that you know, in the everything they brought in, diseases and things that. There's a reason why we have these laws to protect our people. So, and hey, just enjoy. Hey, listen, like I said, I put it online when I seen that all them trucks parked over there on Donner Mountain, and I put out a comment on it. I said, listen, none of these guys would have been up there if they'd listened to the Steve Summers overnight drive. They'd be sitting at the house drinking coffee. So, live and learn. 5-7, we down.
All right, I'd like to think, because it was rather befuddling to me why all those truckers, with all the advance notice of a 10 or 12 foot possible snowfall on Donner, would have been trying to cross the damn thing. What says Carl this morning?
Hey, thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it, buddy. Driving a little bit in rain tonight here past Chattanooga down into Georgia and Alabama. But I was wondering if you could do me a little favor and look up the word insurrection on your dictionary there. If you could just, if you would, just read that for the listening audience, if you don't mind, the term insurrection.
Among many historically significant insurrections of the 20th and 21st centuries are the March on Rome of 1922, which brought Mussolini and his National Fascist Party to power in Italy. Now, that's a violent uprising against an authority or government. Insurrection.
Right. Now, perhaps the Democrats have a different definition than what we saw on January the 6th of 2021. I don't think that quite fits the bill. Do you, Steve?
For the overwhelming majority, we know absolutely it does not. The overwhelming majority were there simply because, hey, the doors were open and they just kind of waltzed on in. There were some troublemakers there. There were some, you might call some insurrectionists, but the overall gist was the peaceful protest that Trump called for.
Exactly. That, and he actually, he just said, let's march peacefully to the Capitol. and let our voices be heard.
Correct.
That's what he said. Okay, and they want to just overblow everything in this documents case with Jack Smith here that's coming up here. He's trying to say that Trump didn't have any right to have these documents, when in fact he was the president of the United States, and he did have a right to have those documents. He did, in fact, have a right to take those documents home with him if he wanted to. That's a fact. And Joe Biden, on the other hand, did not have a right to take all those documents that he took back in the 70s back to his house. He took them out of the SCIF illegally. He basically stole those documents and took them home with him and took them in various different places, and they're scattered everywhere in Delaware and who knows where. And they're top secret. He had no right to take either one of those documents while he was a senator or vice president. So they want to say that Trump didn't have any right to take his documents when in fact he did, and they don't want to go according to the law with Joe Biden. So what they're doing there is they're just basically trying to tell the American people something that's not true. They're lying to the American people. And it's unfair, and we all should know that by now. And what we're looking at the Gaza Strip over there, okay? We're looking at something that's happening daily over there. This recent thing about the British ship being attacked over there. That's not the only time these Houthis have attacked the ship, okay? And then they've been attacking here and there, and we know what's going on over there. But yet, Joe Biden has a military. He has a force, okay? But his leadership is not aware of what to do. And his defense minister here, the Department of Defense secretary here, is going AWOL. He's going AWOL whenever he decides to stay out of the fray. He wants to go ahead and say that, okay, I've got a hospital appointment I need to go to here. Well, yeah, I've got some cancer. Okay, and so they're just giving us excuses, basically, for not doing their job. And we've got the Ukraine who was lining up. The Russians were lining up over there at Ukraine waiting for Joe Biden to become president before they invaded the Ukraine. And it's obvious to the American people what went on over there. But they keep on sending them money. Billions of American dollars are going over there. But we've got Joe Biden. He can't come out and tell Putin directly or offer him some kind of a deal to get out of the Ukraine that's an ethical way out to get out of the Ukraine. He can't tell the Ukraine to flat out just get your butts out of there, okay? We're done with you being in the Ukraine, okay? We're done with it, all right? You need to get out, and you need to get out now, and we're demanding that you get out now. Joe Biden can't do that because he wants to continue to do his narrative of sending out the American dollars to the Ukraine, but it's coming back to him also, you see, because he has always had something to do with corruption in the Ukraine and that whole area over there, and China as well. He's dealing with China and Taiwan behind our backs, behind the backs of the American people. He's dealing with that, okay? And he's telling China, yeah, we're going to send you some money, too, to stay out of Taiwan, okay? Yeah, and it's just ridiculous what's going on here. And if we continue in this manner in the future, we're just going to be giving everything we have away. China's buying property in the United States under the Biden administration, and they're allowed to do what they want to do over here with their Chinese spy balloons flying everywhere and doing these things that's happening all the time. And we don't even know about all of the things that's going on, but the things that we see are enough. They're enough, and we're done with it. We don't want to see this anymore. And Trump needs to be reelected to put a final end to all of this nonsense that's going on, and to stop the border flow. And I've got to tell you, Steve, that whether you know this or not, you probably do, but regional airports all over the United States are basically closed after midnight, okay? And the FBI and the CIA know all of this, and Biden, of course, knows this too, so he's flying in these people into regional airports all over the United States of America after midnight. They are flying in between the hours of like 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. when nobody's there, and they're jumping on aboard white buses, and they're going into different places throughout the area, okay, and dropping these people off. All right? That's what they're doing. They've been doing this ever since Biden has been president of the United States. And it's illegal, and it shouldn't be done. But yet we see it's being done. We as truck drivers, we're out here watching all of this going on. I've reported some buses with illegals on it. I know they're illegals. I've reported it many, many times. And at using the bathroom, I'll go into a truck stop, and there they'll be, just flooded right into the bathrooms. Right there they are. You know, you can see them. And they're coming directly from Mexico. I mean, you just know that's where they're coming from. Okay, it's very obvious, and you see it at rest areas in the early morning hours between 1 and 5. You can see all this stuff going on across this nation, and I tell you what, it's a mess. This country is a total mess, and our military is being strapped by this administration. They can't do anything because the administration won't allow them to do it. And they won't take care of nothing. Why don't we have the National Guard at the border to stop this flow? Why don't we have something like that going on to stop the flow? And the airplanes that are flying across the border into regional airports all across this nation. And we're just being fools. We're being taken as fools, and we're just gonna, our Social Security and all of these funds that's set aside for all the people who are getting ready to retire, much like myself, are being taken away from them gently. I mean, just dribbling out, and they're not going to be able to draw, and it's that simple. And we're just going to face the problems here. Trump has got a real job ahead of him. I've got to say, if he is reelected, he's got a real job ahead of him. But he's probably the only man that can do it. And Nikki Haley is just somebody who is set up there to be like Chris Christie, in my opinion. She's just another Chris Christie, and she's just doing his job. And just saying bad things about Trump all the time. That's all she's doing. That's all she's there for. Just a mouthpiece of money. The people's put her up there to say some bad things about Trump. And that's all there is to it about her. I mean, she's not winning anything. She's not going anywhere. She can say some bad things about Trump during the convention, but they'll boo her off the stage, and then she'll be done. You know, if that's what she wants to do. But I tell you what, this country is headed for a bad shape if Biden is reelected again, and we're in already bad enough shape. But I was going to ask you also, Steve, about the Saturday truck show up there in Louisville. I don't have any freight going up through there or anything like that, but I was interested in maybe Saturday. If you could tell me a little bit about the Saturday events on the 23rd at Louisville.
Well, it's pretty much the same thing every day. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Saturday it's a bit of a shorter day. Doors open at 9 a.m. and the show wraps up at 4 in the afternoon. And there's a whole lot to see. And, of course, then they've got the tractor pulls, if you might be interested in that at 5 o'clock there Saturday.
Yeah, if I wasn't doing anything special, I was thinking about, I'm usually busy on Saturday and my day off, but I was thinking about coming up and kind of meeting you, maybe mingling around there, see who all I could meet up there and stuff like that. But, yeah, buddy, I tell you what, this is a mess here, what Trump may have to go through coming up here with all these bad court cases. And when does a judge, just a brief statement here, when does a judge have the opportunity or the obligation, I guess you could say, of telling somebody when their property in another state in particular, like Trump is living in Florida, this judge is in New York, he's telling Trump how much his property is worth in Florida?
Right.
I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, the PVA, the Property Valuation Administrator, is responsible for doing that even in the New York City. Okay? This judge has no right to tell him how much his property is worth at Trump Tower in New York City. But he's got the gall to tell Trump that his property is not worth a certain amount in Florida. I just can't believe that this judge wants to be so crazy. You know, it's just ridiculous what's going on here, because I have to say that is just totally illegal, that what's going on there. And the DOJ is supporting all of that with Garland. Merrick Garland is supporting all of this hassle on Trump to just get him out of the races as they want to, you know? And it's just a mess.
Carl,
I tell you.
All I can say is Election Day can't get here quick enough, right? November.
That
is. But you know what? It'll be here before you know it. All right, hold that thought. About this time 24 hours ago, who was it that brought up the Bitcoin skyrocketing in price, approaching a record high? Well, it did indeed hit a new record high on Tuesday morning, reaching $69,210, according to Coinmetrics. As soon as it hit the record, what do you call it, profit-taking, some folks started cashing in, and it quickly dropped down to just under 62,000. Now, Bitcoin is obviously on a hot streak, they say, up 45% this year already. But the people in the investors cautioning things could cool down soon as unrealized profit margins approach extreme levels. The market is positioned for a steep correction, possibly 10 to 20%. According to the CEO and founder of the crypto hedge fund KBIT. Now, any material move down will result in cascading liquidations on the crypto perpetual swap markets, where retail has piled into leveraged long positions. Over the next few quarters, we expect Bitcoin will perform well, but it will be with sharp corrections along the way. Oppenheimer's Owen Lau agreed. Yeah, we have seen this rise so much, so fast, we are cautious about a correction. But longer term, there are still some catalysts supporting positive price action. So the previous record from back in November of 2021 was set about a year before the catastrophic failure of FTX plagued the crypto industry. It was kind of like crypto's Lehman Brothers moment. But now reclaiming its all-time high once again. Some are saying it's not going away. All right, we'll get to Pappy. Got you coming up here. We're ever so close to Newsbreak. I think Philip may have had, Philip was on board. SpaceX. He was probably going to give us an update. The next Starship mission, passing their fueling test. That sets the stage for the highly anticipated third launch attempt of the world's biggest rocket, Starship, and the Super Heavy booster, together standing 400 feet tall, were filled with more than 10 million pounds of liquid methane and liquid oxygen propellant during the recent launch dress rehearsal performed at Starbase's facility there in southern Texas. Elon Musk posting via X, Starship Flight 3 preparing for launch. Shared a series of stunning photos of the fueling test. All right. Last week, the FAA closed their mishap investigation, where they were looking at flight number 2's test. That mission also ended in 2 explosions, first of the Super Heavy booster, 3.5 minutes after liftoff, then the Starship vehicle itself, about 8 minutes into flight. The FAA identified what they called 17 corrective actions that SpaceX needed to tackle before the next launch could be attempted. Those actions included 10 fixes on the Starship vehicle and 7 fixes on the Heavy booster. With that, all right, news break time. We'll come back with more as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hump Day coming on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Tuesday is the biggest day of the 2024 presidential primary season. Super Tuesday will award over one-third of the total delegates possible for the Democratic and Republican presidential hopefuls from over a dozen states. Reports say former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley may enter GOP campaign with a poor showing. Firefighters in Texas are continuing to wrangle against the largest wildfire in the state's history, which has burned crops, killed thousands of livestock, and destroyed structures. While giving an update about the fire, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott tells people in the area to keep their eyes on the situation as the fire is not close to being put out.
The fire is not yet put out, has not yet been extinguished. And until it is, and with the weather conditions constantly changing, we all need to maintain vigilance to make sure that nobody else loses their life.
The White House is ramping up efforts to deliver aid to civilians in Gaza by airdropping supplies over the region. During a press briefing, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby details the recent delivery of aid.
Department of Defense conducted another airdrop of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. 3 U.S. C-130s dropped 60 bundles with a total of more than 36,000 meals ready to eat. We were joined in this endeavor by several Jordanian aircraft as well.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says his state is cracking down on spring breakers' misbehavior this year as communities prepare for an influx of tourists. He spoke from Miami Beach on Tuesday.
I know some people may be coming from other jurisdictions where they can get away with this type of activity. That is not going to fly in the Sunshine State.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
In February, the Senate tanked a bipartisan immigration and foreign aid bill after Republicans came out against it. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley joining Fox News to say former President Donald Trump should never have told members of Congress to block the bill, as border security is a huge issue in the country.
Congress should have gotten in a room and not come out until they strengthened that bill to protect Americans. But what happened was Donald Trump said don't pass anything until after the general election because it would hurt him. We can't wait one more day to strengthen these asylum laws.
Reaction is continuing to come in after the Supreme Court ruled earlier this week that former President Donald Trump should appear on the ballot in Colorado after the state's Supreme Court ruled the GOP presidential candidate violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist clause because of his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton joins Fox Business and says he believes that Democrats are trying every option to keep the former president off the ballot.
The Democrats are resorting to legal warfare to try to keep President Trump off the ballot. Thankfully, the Supreme Court junked that yesterday. I think that you're also going to see President Trump winning most of these bogus cases against him. But it's a sad state of affairs when Joe Biden and the Democrats are so unpopular that they can't try to win at the ballot box. They can simply try to imprison their opponent.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. And welcome into Hump Day. Midweek as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hope your week's going well. Let's see, being interviewed Monday on WMAL. Yeah, Donald Trump predicting Joe Biden probably won't make it to November's general election. Not specific about what he thinks will happen between now and then, only that I don't think he's going to make it. My attitude is that whatever it is, but do I think he's going to make it? Probably not, he says. Most people disagree with this vehemently. Now, I said he believes Biden is cognitively impaired. Of course, he called on him last week to take a cognitive test the day after his physician declared he's fit as a fiddle. Certainly physically impaired. He can't even walk up a flight of stairs. He can never find his way. He can never find the stairs. Can't put two sentences together. And he's responsible for negotiating with the likes of Vladimir Putin on nuclear weapons. This is crazy. It's not about age. There's something going on, in my opinion. Of course, Trump is 77. Now, almost exactly what he said back in early December at a town hall event leading up to the Iowa caucuses, I believe it was. I can't believe he's going to be the nominee. Regardless, the White House last week, as I mentioned, said Biden is fit as a fiddle. His doctor says if you look at this president, who's commander-in-chief, he passes a cognitive test every day, as he moves from one topic to another. All right, Pappy, what's going on this morning?
Yeah, we see them test every day on TV. Steve.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, listen, man, easy question for you. On your last caller there, you kept asking why we don't have the National Guard on the border. And why doesn't Biden close the border? Why don't he, Steve? Easy question, man. Because he don't want to.
He don't want to. Well, we need future voters. We need voters.
Remember how they were trying to block Trump when he was trying to build the wall? Steve, they did not want this. Plan's been in action for a while. Oh man, and the whole property value thing there, Mark. Steve, how much is anything worth?
What somebody's willing to pay for it.
What somebody's willing to pay for it. How much was Hunter Biden selling his paintings for, man? Put some paint in a Coke straw after he snorted something and then blow it on the wall, man. Blow $200,000. I don't see a judge going after Hunter for jacking up his art prices. That's another thing, Steve. That's an easy way to launder money. Art.
Right.
Paintings. Hunter sells his paintings for $400,000. Somebody says, yeah, I'll give you $400,000 for that masterpiece you made there, Hunter. Next thing you know, this guy has a job making $500,000. All right, hey, Nikki ain't going nowhere, Steve. When Eagle brought that up. She ain't going nowhere, man. As long as she's got donors donating the money, she will hang in there, Steve, because she is living the high life. She's living like a queen, man.
Yeah.
Got Secret Service protection, right? She's a swamp queen.
So what do you think of this FBI field office thing? You know, a wanted notice for this Iranian agent in connection with recruiting individuals to kill and surveil here in the U.S. With the open border, we know Iranians have been coming in. Every country in the world has been coming in. Why does the FBI put something like that out?
Trying to warn us, Steve, trying to get us ready for what might happen.
Okay. I think
Steve, this is serious.
You brought it up a few weeks ago, I think, and somebody else on the stream chat mentioned that I guess Bongino on his program here several weeks ago said he was based on his inside sources with the Secret Service that he's very concerned for Donald Trump's safety.
Well, yeah, even Tucker brought it up in his interview. Steve, this is serious stuff we're talking about here.
Right.
And listen, man, you start talking about these people coming across the border, these Iranians that we know they're here.
Yep.
Steve, when you have a suicidal assassin that's willing to die to get to the target, that's an issue. That's an issue, man. That's a hard man to stop. Secret Service has their hands full. You know, and Trump and the Secret Service officers, or agents rather, that are protecting Trump have been asking for over a year for more agents, and the White House refuses. Can't make it up, Steve. That's a fact. Hate to disagree with Ranger a little bit, but there ain't gonna be no spot in Trump's administration for Nikki. You can't make that same mistake twice.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's right, and she's refusing to. Well, what she said over the weekend, she will not even endorse Trump. She won't support him. When and if the time comes that she does drop out, she's not gonna back him. I think Carl was right. When Chris Christie dropped out, because we knew he come right out and said when he got in the race he was there to stop Trump. So he dropped out. I haven't really heard a peep from him, but Nikki's taken up that mantle trying to stop Trump.
Yeah. She's probably hoping Iranians get through, man. Yeah, maybe shouldn't have said it like that, but, you know, hey. Yeah, she can't be trusted. She's a swamp rat. You can't not make that mistake twice. I noticed the numbers tonight, Steve. If you looked at the numbers, though, at each state, when you look like at Alabama, Biden has 167. It's going right across Fox News now. 167,000. Trump has 497,000 votes. He is doubling the people that are coming out and voting for Trump.
See, I was kind of curious about that. Now, are Biden voters just staying home because there's really nobody else? I mean, they know there's nobody else?
It could be. Steve, that very well could be, but here's the thing, man. We've talked about this the last election when they said Biden won. Steve, when you look at Trump, man, you look at him traveling this country, filling football stadiums, every rally he goes to, Trump memorabilia everywhere. Trump flags and Steve, this man, you got bobblehead Trump coins, Trump, just everything. And you got people willing to stand in line for hours just to get inside a Trump rally. In the rain, in the heat. The enthusiasm around this man versus Biden. And then you're going to tell us if this man wins the election in November, that's what it comes to. I ain't going to buy it, Steve. Their worst nightmare is that come November 5th, Trump's on the ballot. Their second worst nightmare is if he wins, because you know they're going to do everything in their power to stop him from winning, however they got to, stop him from even getting on the ballot. And if he wins, everybody's been saying this, Steve, there is going to be chaos in the streets. They will not let this man take the oath. You will see Antifa, Black Lives Matter. These people are getting paid to come out and assault people. Hey, you talked about 300,000 to 400,000 illegals being flown in.
Flown in, yeah, using that app or whatever. So I guess, are we paying for the flights, or are these just people that have enough money to buy a plane ticket and get the pre-approval from the Customs and Border Protection to fly on in?
Steve, you remember, I don't know, man, it was 6 months ago at least, when they came up with the app?
Yep.
Remember that? I said, Steve, it's a free ticket in. All they got to do is get on that app. They don't have to sneak into the border. They can go right to a port of entry, and we'll be allowed in. No questions asked. And what kills me now is I even mentioned that they could fly in, that they could get on a plane, fly right in the United States. Hey, look, I'm registered on the app. Come on in, sir. Come right on in. But now we got the government facilitating these flights. Come on, Steve. We are in trouble. Any idea why the CIA was founded back in 1947? Steve, the CIA was formed to overthrow governments. That's its purpose. Just ask Gaddafi, right?
Right.
And I'm telling you, you call me crazy, conspiracy theorist, I don't care. This year, between now and January, 21st, we're going to be fighting our own government. Just try to save this country. All right, my man, that's all I got.
All right, Pappy. In other words, some difficult times on the horizon. Let's get some updates. Yeah, let's see. Presidential contest, Super Tuesday, Alaska, about an hour ago. The Associated Press declaring Trump the winner of the Republican caucuses there, 2:17 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, with almost 40% of the vote reported, Trump had a resounding lead over Haley. She wasn't winning more than a quarter of the vote in any district. And in the 12 districts that reported, at least 99% of their expected vote in the first release, she was doing no better than 1/5 of the vote. Look here, let's see, the numbers that are in right now, with 99% of the votes counted. 87.6% Trump, 12% Nikki Haley. And there were a few people that actually voted for Vivek Ramaswamy. Where the delegate count stands, again, about an hour ago. It's getting pretty late in Washington, but as results from Super Tuesday continue to trickle in, the delegate allocations continue to trickle down. At 1:55 a.m. Eastern, with only the presidential caucus in Utah and, of course, Alaska, which has now been called left to report, the delegate count at that point was 831 Trump and 75 Nikki Haley. Trump has won at least 675 on Super Tuesday alone. At a minimum, he'll receive 74% of the Republican delegates available on Super Tuesday. The state in which he received the most delegates was California, where he received all 169 after finishing with the majority of the statewide vote. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I see Dennis posted here a few minutes ago. Michelle Obama claims she's not going to run. So that was one of the, again, another breaking report over the past day. The former First Lady, Michelle Obama, revealing whether she would step in to replace sagging Joe Biden on the ticket this fall. I think we had mentioned last week the Rasmussen Reports poll found 48% of Democrats surveyed wished their party had a different candidate running. When asked who they might want to replace him, Michelle topped the list that included Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as Hillary Clinton, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer. But hold off on the lawn signs and the bumper stickers. In a statement to NBC News that burst thousands of hope balloons, Michelle's office said her plans do not include the Oval Office. According to the director of communications for her office, she told NBC News, quote, as former First Lady Michelle Obama has expressed several times over the years, she will not be running for president. Mrs. Obama supports President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris' re-election campaign. All the speculation about Michelle, which, again, we've tried to stay on top of, has been going for months. Back in September, Ted Cruz made a prediction that he thought she would be the last-minute replacement. He also said, I think Michelle's not all that eager to run for president. Yeah, on that, the former First Lady and Senator apparently agreed. NBC News referenced a comment with Oprah Winfrey in which Obama talked about politics. And this was speaking with Michelle, where she said, politics is hard, and the people who get into it, you've got to want it. It's got to be in your soul because it's so important. It's not in my soul, she said. Okay, so back to the phones we go. Grump, I believe. Morning, Grump. What's happening out there?
What up? Oh, I was just listening to the show here. You kind of taking it all in. You know, it's funny when you compare the 2020 election to the 2016 election. You know, when you look at the battleground states, it's amazing that Trump won those battleground states so overwhelmingly compared to after an Emergency Powers Act goes into effect and they send ballots out to anybody and everybody because they didn't want them showing up at the election booths. And, you know, that was just nothing but by design a steal of election. They knew damn well that they wouldn't have any kind of accountability on them. I mean, they didn't have to have anything. The judges, you know, the liberal judges was saying you don't have to have your photo ID, you don't have to get it notarized, you don't have to get everything that was done in the past because they didn't want you, you know, getting within 6 feet of somebody, you know, and the Emergency Powers Act also, like in Pennsylvania, Michigan, different places like that, even Georgia, limited the amount of people that could be in the counting areas. So if you remember in Pennsylvania, they had to stand off on a roped out area and watch the count that was, you know, 30, 40, 50 feet away. They had no idea what the hell was going on. That ain't going to happen this time. It's not going to happen this time. And I got to disagree with a lot that I've heard tonight. All right. Number one, I wish the hell 5-7 would get off of this insurrection crap and get off of this this ridiculous notion that martial law, you know, Biden just going to declare martial law and he just, you know, it doesn't make a damn what Biden does. His term ends on the 20th of January. His ass is out of there if he's not elected. All right, you got to read the 20th Amendment. It's clear. We've went through countless damn elections during wartime. It's happened since this country was created, and we've survived it just fine. No one's ever declared any kind of a martial law for two reasons. Number one, in 1878, they initiated the Posse Comitatus Act, which means that the military cannot act within as law enforcement within the bounds of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Within the bounds.
And hold that thought, Grump. We got to pause. Bottom of the hour.
USA News Update. Meta has issued an apology for an outage that disrupted access to Facebook, Instagram, and associated services like Threads and Facebook Messenger Tuesday morning. Spokesman confirmed a technical glitch was responsible for the disruption, and it has been resolved. Late fees on credit cards are now capped at $8 as part of the Biden administration's broader effort to eliminate unnecessary fees. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau projects this new regulation will save families over $10 billion annually. A Los Angeles man is suing a luxury Las Vegas resort alleging he was stung by a scorpion while asleep at the Venetian's Palazzo Tower on December 26th. He claims he was stung 3 or 4 times in the testicles, causing excruciating pain. The lawsuit states that months later he's still grappling with medical problems. Additionally, the man says the resort failed to offer compensation for his hotel room. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Where we leave off there. Get back to Grump in just a moment. First, a quick weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Yeah, it looks like things across much of the Great Plains, especially in northwest Texas and western Oklahoma. Much better weather to be fighting wildfires. Last week, of course, we saw 2 lives lost, 500 plus homes destroyed, and I guess they're still trying to tabulate how much livestock was killed, as winds were 30 to 50 miles per hour and occasionally even higher. While the grasslands and other brush are still dry following the winter season, Winds forecast to be a bit more gentle. Humidity levels are trending higher. Temperatures several degrees lower this week, and looks like even on into the weekend. Some common causes of wildfires. It could be human interaction, carelessness, downed utility lines, and they haven't officially determined if it was a downed power pole that started that big blaze last week, but there is a lawsuit accusing that to be the case. But those temperatures were well in the 70s and 80s last week. Now, within a couple hundred miles of the worst fires, temperatures are going to be maxing out probably 60s to maybe near 70 degrees today and on into Thursday. Now, winds will kick up a bit later this week and over the weekend as some cooler air moves in, where highs are going to be generally in the low 50s and mid-60s in northwestern Texas through Oklahoma, northwestern New Mexico, and southeast Colorado. So the next round of warm, windy conditions may arrive early next week. Just how intense the winds are going to be, how warm things are going to get, depends on the track of the next storm that's going to roll out of the Rockies and into the plains. Well, we left off there back to, again, the Posse Comitatus Act.
Yeah, it limits the powers of the military. It always has. Trump had talked about sending the Army to Minnesota during the George Floyd riot that was going on up there. And he had talked about sending the Army up there. Well, right off the bat, they sent advisors over to the Supreme Court and they said, you can't do it. You cannot do it. They could send in the National Guard. The governor can declare a national emergency, which they did, but the National Guard had billy clubs. They didn't have guns. There is the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 limited the powers of the military, number one, within the boundaries of the United States for that very reason. They did not want a coup of military taking over this country. They, anytime that martial law would be actually declared, it's never been fully declared like it has in other countries. If it was ever fully declared here, they sent, who was it? Was it Johnson? Johnson, I believe it was, sent National Guard to Arkansas, the regular military, to help shore up the local police and stuff on riots and things after Civil Rights Act. But it's ridiculous to even think that something like that would happen in this country. It cannot be done by the president anyway. He can limit, his powers are limited on what he can do. And like I said, January 20th, his ass is gone. And there's several things that's been put in place in the Constitution that, thank God, had founders that could think of this stuff. Number one is that if we had to suspend an election, Steve, for whatever reason, if it was just a massive natural disaster of some sort, we had to suspend our election, the Electoral College would still meet in December. They would still vote on a president. If they couldn't come up with a president at that point in time on who was running, who had thrown their hat in the ring, a Congress would have to be seated on January 3rd. All right, January 3rd, the Congress then would have to take over and vote for whoever's going to be president. And that would have to be ratified on January 6th. Mm-hmm. They would have to certify all the votes on January 6th. And then on January 20th, whoever it was would be in there, would be seated. That's one thing that, our forefathers had the foresight to see is to have three co-equal branches of government. And just so it could protect the people. All right. Now there's a lot of little ifs and what happens here and that kind of crap. But when you look, let's go back over 2016 election. Some of the questions the exit questions that was asked on voters out of Pennsylvania in particular, they asked stuff like who's better equipped to handle coronavirus? Would that influence your vote? 94% of the liberals and Democrats voted yes, as opposed to 5% of Republicans. And then you just keep looking at this stuff, or I just keep looking at it. They said, who's better at rebuilding the economy? 88% of liberals said Republicans were. It's amazing that Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania by like 130,000 votes, I think is what it was, something like that. And then when you look at how many he lost again, or he won it by 130,000, but this time he lost it. In 2020 he lost it by 130,000. It was the craziest damn election, number one, because of the Emergency Powers Act. When you can send out ballots just to anybody, and you do not have to validate those ballots, you do not have to have them notarized or sign them in front of a notary. You can just hand them off to some damn ballot collector and have him, okay, we'll take them to a box.
Mm-hmm.
We'd heard. You remember how we heard Pennsylvania? No one in the Philadelphia area voted for Trump. We said, well, Trump took 17% of the damn vote in Philadelphia, so that was a big ass lie. But all of a sudden they found 17,000 ballots underneath the damn table, and every one of them just happened to be for
right.
for Trump or for Biden. And it just, this whole thing, I don't think we're ever going to see another election like that. Number one, because I think the Republicans, number one, has learned something about it. They learn who they need to put in place, number one, to get to the Supreme Court and fight right off the bat, or fight the state courts and get it up to their Supreme Court on things. Because when you got secretaries of state that is empowered just to suspend all voting rights laws and things like that, and say, well, I'm just going to print these ballots and we're going to send them out. That's the way it's going to be. Blah blah blah. Well, hell, then you don't have anybody that's fighting enough to stand there and go, well, let's go ahead and drag it through the Supreme Court, because I think there's a lot of fraud in this. Well, first thing it went through is up through the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, and we didn't see any fraud. Well, hell no, you didn't see any fraud. You're comprised of 90% damn Democrats. You didn't see any fraud. I don't know, man. I listened to a lot of what Pappy was saying. I don't think there's going to be one damn bit of an uprising in this country over who gets elected. People are just tired of all this crap. When you look at the amount of votes that's coming out right now, people stayed home for Biden. That's a damn fact. He is not enthusiastic, for people. They look at him like he's a sick old man. Why in the hell go vote for him? I'd say more Democrats went out and voted for Nikki Haley than they did Joe Biden in a lot of these states on this right here on Super Tuesday. When I'm sitting here right now looking at some of the vote counts and things like that, and Vermont, big damn deal. Nikki Haley won by 4 points there, but 3,000 votes. Who in the hell cares? I mean, look who Vermont sends to the
right.
Senate. But this is an ongoing thing right here, where these Super Tuesdays and things like that. Trump is going to be the nominee. Right now he's pushing 828 votes.
Correct.
Somewhere around in there. He's got about 828. All he needs is another 300 and something, 315 or whatever, and 360, something like that. And he's the man. He'll take that without any issues. And Nikki Haley's going to give up, but she's hoping like hell at the convention that enough idiots will be there at the convention. Well, we don't want Donald Trump. We're going to, cast our votes for Nikki Haley or somebody. It ain't going to be her. I guarantee you that. It would be somebody like Cruz or somebody else if somehow Trump did not make it through the convention. But he's going to make it through the convention. The one thing I agreed on is when Trump goes into a stadium, he's got 100,000 people there listening. Bless his heart, he has no muzzle on that mouth. And that it's not that people fears him. It's that is not at all the case. What it is people are afraid he exposes them for who in the hell they are. When he starts talking about the swamp, draining the swamp, that, Mitch McConnell was one of the first, and he was a big Trump supporter, right there in the very beginning. But as soon as Trump started saying, hey, I'm ready to drain it, and mentioned Mitch McConnell by name, how long he'd been in there, well, hell, he about had a heart attack. You can't talk about me. You know, hell, I know I'm in the swamp, but, you know, whatever. You know, look at California right now. California, Steve Garvey, he was under the amount of votes for Adam, you know, same as Adam Schiff, but, you know, he's got a damn close chance of winning this. I mean, if anybody was to look at Adam Schiff, number one, out in California and say, yeah, I'm going to vote for that apple-headed SOB because, you know, he only lies about the Republicans.
Right.
But he's a lying ass is all he is. Try to find something that jackass has done in his career. And that's the problem with this voting. You know, I do enough research where I'm sitting here looking at, you know, I want to pick and choose. You know, I was an independent for many, many, many years, still am, because I like to think that you make a difference when you vote for the person that you know has done something good for this country. Not for me, not for you, but for them as a whole. When Joe Biden shows his face up on the news, he's never done a damn thing but line his own pockets. And people should know that 50 years and he has no accomplishments whatsoever except putting a bunch of blacks in jail. You know, and I was listening to Eagle talking about Charles Barkley. You know, here that moron is, you know, Charles Barkley is he's this bombastic, loudmouth dumbass, number one, who has an IQ of a sock, that gets up and he runs his mouth and he you know, he's rode that, you know, I'm a basketball player, you know, I'm a big basketball star all his life. You know, ever since he could do it. You know, he gets away with more just because of his status as a basketball player and the fact that he's black than he would as anything else. I mean, could you imagine Larry Bird standing up and saying, I'm going to punch some white guy in the face if they vote for, you know, Trump or something like that? Well, hell, you know, it'd been hell to pay on that one, you know. But I don't know. I think this election is going to be a tell-all on the voting system. And, you know, after the Supreme Court come back, I told you it'd probably be a 9-0. You know, and you got the liberals, you got, you know, the liberal side of the Supreme Court's writing opinions on it. You know, but the scary thing is they seem to talk about that, but they kind of lean toward the fact that, you know, if Congress was to vote one way on, you know, allowing states to pick and choose, you know, who they wanted on the ballot, well, hell, then we would die as a nation, you know, because it would be people like that dingbat hag out there in Colorado, that little fat ass, Secretary of State that got up there running her stupid ass mouth. You know, it'd be people like that would be picking who in the hell I could vote for, you could vote for. You know, it wouldn't bother her because she's going to make sure the person that she wants to win is in office, and that should never, ever, ever happen. But no, I'm guessing, you know, it's Nikki Haley's going to throw in the towel after this because she has after the next couple of, she has nothing on her schedule right now. So I don't know where she thinks she's going to go or what she thinks she's going to do, but she's getting her ass trounced by Trump everywhere she turns. And I just hope that he allows his lawyers to be his mouth where he does not get in front of a court, show his ass, and you know, do something stupid where he can convince the people. But I'll tell you something else, Steve. This, you know, when I'm going back through 2016, nobody said a hell of a lot about abortions, but 2020 rolled around, all these liberal states and everything. They said, what was the most important thing on your ballot? Abortion. Why in the hell is killing some baby? They claim it's women's rights, you know, or women's health care. Really? You know, I just don't get their meaning behind women's health care when it comes to abortion. You know, nobody's taking away your health care. All they're doing is telling you, by God, if you want to have an abortion, put it on the ballot. Put it on the ballot in your state. And see what happens. You know, either it's going to be the majority says yes or the majority says no. You know, we can limit it. But 92% of the Democrats in Philadelphia and Michigan, places like that where they ask these questions, MSNBC asked these questions in 2020, should there be any limits at all on abortion? 92% of the Democrats in these states, these liberal states, said no, there should not, up to the time of birth.
Right.
You know, now, you know, isn't that called infanticide? I mean, it just blows my mind. And here's Biden. I'm looking at this right now. When you got 6% of the people, the votes that come in, they just put it, you know, uncommitted on a damn ballot because they don't want to vote for the old codger that's in there. You know, that's a lot of votes, and it was happening all over the states here on Super Tuesday. You know, there was I think Biden, when you add it all up, he had a hell of a lot of uncommitted votes that would have went to somebody else. But it's like that. I don't see why in the world that the Democrats or Republicans, either one, would limit on who is on the ballot, on who. I like listening to debates. It helps you understand who the people are that you're going to vote for. Biden wouldn't debate anyone. I would look right now that before this election, he won't debate Trump. They're not going to put that old codger in front of him. Number one, hell, he'll stand and argue with a damn dog or something like that. The guy knows nothing. He knows nothing what he's doing, and the Democrats are looking at it like, well, do we expose him as the embarrassment that he is, or do we put him up in front, up there on the stage with Trump and have a debate? No, they're not going to do that. I don't think. I think they're just they'll find some damn reason why they can't do it. Something. But anyway, I sent you that email back. I don't know if.
Yes.
You got it or not.
Yeah, indeed. I thank you for the research. I got that, and I forwarded the questions over to Mindy, and haven't heard back from her again yet. But we'll see how he stands.
Yeah. I just I thought it was a little self promotion there for him. Really. When I got to looking at the at the emails and stuff, I just kept going, wow, it's there's a reason why people don't want to talk about things, and it's that was what I come up with. But anyway, yeah, they're locked in on some good contracts and stuff here for some places. So I just but anyway, that's about all I got, and I don't know. I think Trump is going to trounce her. I think she's going to bow out here in the next week or so, and she really has no choice. She has when you're that close to the delegate count, 300 something delegates away from being the nominee, there is no avenue. So she'll bow out. I know right now her and donations and donors and the big donors and everything's jumping ship right and left. They're going to Trump. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens.
All right. Thanks for the constitutional lesson here on a Wednesday, hump day. Yeah, you mentioned the Colorado Secretary of State. It's just getting worse for her. Jena Griswold. And she ought to be seriously regretting her vendetta against Trump right now. On top of the Supreme Court's decision Monday ruling against her attempt to kick him off the ballot for stoking insurrection, now Representative Lauren Boebert is calling for a recall of the Secretary of State. According to The Hill, Boebert has begun the recall effort by sending Griswold a strongly worded letter that she shared on X. Captioning her post, at Jena Griswold, "Start packing your bags." The meat of the letter accused Griswold of abusing her office to persecute Trump instead of fulfilling the rule of law and allowing Coloradans to vote for their candidate of their choice. Moreover, Boebert said that Griswold failed after the Supreme Court unanimous ruling in favor of Trump, telling Griswold, "You have created a stain on our republic and an outright embarrassment to Coloradans and Americans." Now, The Hill noted for the recall to succeed, state law requires a total of 621,000 signatures. She shared a link to the petition on her campaign site. Now, even among those on the right, Boebert's comment section, not unanimously in favor of the measure, although most preferred to attack Boebert's messy personal life rather than the motion itself. Boebert has had some behind-the-scenes things not good. Yeah, despite her reputation, some applauding the effort on its merits alone. One said, I've had my criticisms of Lauren Boebert, but her putting Jena Griswold in her place is a thing of beauty. Another saying the Colorado Secretary of State should be removed from power. She is a corrupt politician who is politically targeting Trump. So the real question would be, is it going to gain enough traction among Colorado Republicans and conservatives to actually succeed? If you go back, remember they attempted this with Gavin Newsom back in 2021. And based on that, the realistic answer is they're probably not going to succeed. But still, regardless of whether or not it's likely, it's at the very least doable, especially considering the fact that in the wake of the legal debacle, every Trump supporter in Colorado would probably be willing to sign that recall notice, that petition. It's only Boebert's publicly messy personal life that's the albatross around her neck here. It's 844-844-3388. What do we got here? About a minute before news break, so I'll tell you what, we'll get through that, come back, kick off our final hour on a Wednesday morning. Brother Rambler kind of crossed my mind when I saw this story. Would you forgive? From CDL Life, a pastor forgives the truck driver after he smashes through his church. But this truck driver did not have a license or insurance to cover the damages. Happened over the weekend in Gaston, North Carolina. A semi-truck ran off Highway 321, smashing through the side of Iglesia Pentecostal. The pastor said that the wreck left pews from his church scattered everywhere. Obviously emotionally distraught. It impacted my soul. I feel very sad. When it was discovered that the truck driver was operating on a revoked license and had no insurance, the pastor said he decided to look at the driver as if he were family instead of a criminal. I said, what if it was my son or my nephew or somebody else? I love you. Okay. At least at the moment, the church is not safe. But forgive and forget? I don't know. All right, we'll get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Tuesday is the biggest day of the 2024 presidential primary season. Super Tuesday will award over one-third of the total delegates possible for the Democratic and Republican presidential hopefuls from over a dozen states. Reports say former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley may enter GOP campaign with a poor showing. Firefighters in Texas are continuing to wrangle against the largest wildfire in the state's history, which has burned crops, killed thousands of livestock, and destroyed structures. While giving an update about the fire, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott tells people in the area to keep their eyes on the situation as the fire is not close to being put out.
The fire is not yet put out, has not yet been extinguished. And until it is, and with the weather conditions constantly changing, we all need to maintain vigilance to make sure that nobody else loses their life.
The White House is ramping up efforts to deliver aid to civilians in Gaza by airdropping supplies over the region. During a press briefing, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby details the recent delivery of aid.
Department of Defense conducted another airdrop of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. 3 U.S. C-130s dropped 60 bundles with a total of more than 36,000 meals ready to eat. We were joined in this endeavor by several Jordanian aircraft as well.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says his state is cracking down on spring breakers' misbehavior this year as communities prepare for an influx of tourists. He spoke from Miami Beach on Tuesday.
I know some people may be coming from other jurisdictions where they can get away with this type of activity. That is not going to fly in the Sunshine State.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
In February, the Senate tanked a bipartisan immigration and foreign aid bill after Republicans came out against it. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley joining Fox News to say former President Donald Trump should never have told members of Congress to block the bill, as border security is a huge issue in the country.
Congress should have gotten in a room and not come out until they strengthened that bill to protect Americans. But what happened was Donald Trump said don't pass anything until after the general election because it would hurt him. We can't wait one more day to strengthen these asylum laws.
Reaction is continuing to come in after the Supreme Court ruled earlier this week that former President Donald Trump should appear on the ballot in Colorado after the state's Supreme Court ruled the GOP presidential candidate violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist clause because of his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton joins Fox Business and says he believes that Democrats are trying every option to keep the former president off the ballot.
The Democrats are resorting to legal warfare to try to keep President Trump off the ballot. Thankfully, the Supreme Court junked that yesterday. I think that you're also going to see President Trump winning most of these bogus cases against him. But it's a sad state of affairs when Joe Biden and the Democrats are so unpopular that they can't try to win at the ballot box. They can simply try to imprison their opponent.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Mack runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock tractors, Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mack Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Galat Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Superstock, Superstock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the twin tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half-dozen classes, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit tomahtractorpole.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new ntpapull.com, your #1 resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week. But before we do, let's take a moment to welcome 2 new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present 2-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
So there you go. Busy pulling season just around the corner. As we head into springtime and summertime, things really get busy. As we kick off our final hour here, don't forget, you've only got a couple days left here. This is our final week of our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo Pack giveaway. All you got to do is log into Facebook, go to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page. You'll see you could win the Big Rig Duo Pack. Just give us a follow and go to the comment section and type in Hot Shot Secret. It's that simple. And what is the Big Rig Duo Pack? You say that's 2 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminators and 2 64-ounce Diesel Extremes, a $200 value. Winner will be announced on our Friday morning program. This will be the last week for the Facebook contest. Of course, that'll be March the 8th, Friday morning. Dan checks in to get this final hour underway. Morning, Dan.
Morning, Steve. I was listening there to Grump, and I say up until the last 8 years, what he said is we have a constitution and there's law and order. Well, that's if everybody follows it. And that's not been the case since President Trump came on. And the rule of law obviously didn't hold well with the Russian collusion, which was my first. I mean, there's other instances before that. But why are we to believe our federal government right now when we look at these BS cases that have been brought against President Trump in the year? They've had 3 years to bring them.
Mm-hmm.
And another example of, to me, a serious miscarriage of justice was only got a person out of prison because of Tucker Carlson, was that shaman, the guy that they arrested with that hat on and so forth. He's a Navy veteran. But they had him in prison, and I think they had sentenced him to 4 or 5 years in prison. And Tucker showed that film to his lawyer of him being escorted through and doors being opened for him, and offices being identified as to who is that office, like Nancy Pelosi's, by Capitol Police officers. We've all seen the Capitol Police take down the barriers and open the doors for people coming in. And right after that information should have been shared. His attorney said, I've never seen that film. And that film should have been offered to him under what they call the Brady rule,
mm-hmm.
which is you got to share the information.
Yep.
And he was let out of prison within 2 days. So, I mean, I'm not saying what Grump said is Pollyanna, but it's fine, and it's great if it had been working. But it doesn't work that way. And you go enough. I mean, the Supreme Court obviously should have taken up the case filed by multi-states and led by the state attorney general of Texas, Paxton, to decide whether or not Pennsylvania, and they did violate the Constitution in letting a court set election law. And I believe that was the case in Georgia also, with that agreement that was made with Stacey Abrams. That was a court case she followed. And again, the legislature should have made those election law changes, not a court or an agreement between an elected office holder, the Secretary of State. But it wasn't. So it doesn't always work. And when you take these things, you can understand why 57 believes the way that he does, that Biden would declare martial law and so forth. I think martial law, wasn't that declared in 2005 down at the Katrina? Because were those federal troops that were brought in to New Orleans, or were those National Guardsmen?
I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, because I remember that, because the governor had to sign something in order for President George W. Bush, to bring in troops. He needed her to sign that, and she was a little bit hesitant to. And I do remember I was in Memphis, Tennessee, the day that Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated, and there was some serious rioting, and I thought those were reservists that were brought in to quell the riots, as there were in other cities, Detroit being one. And I believe, wasn't it Washington, D.C. had serious rioting? You weren't, may not even been alive. I don't know what year you were born, but that was 1968. And then in 1963, Ole Miss had I believe that was an Army reservist. Remember when James Meredith, when they integrated Ole Miss, they didn't want to let him register in 1963. The school had been all white until then. And he, as a veteran, got out of the Army and wanted to attend Ole Miss, they wouldn't let him, and then that was Kennedy, got issued. I believe those were after that riot. They had a riot down there. Somebody was killed on that campus, shot, and they brought in. I thought it was I know it was federal troops, because I don't believe the governor would call them up. So it has happened that we've had federal troops, and I mean, stranger things can happen. You can go on and on. There's been, these Democrats have protested every Republican, you know what I'm saying, that's been elected. And I believe it happened with Gerald Ford's election, or not his election, but with Nixon's election, there was something that happened at the Capitol. So I'm just not all convinced that some of this stuff is so off the wall, especially with the lawfare, as they call it, that's going against President Trump. And it's really going against a lot of the J6 defendants. They're still holding people in jail on misdemeanor charges.
Well, I'm looking at the Axios, kind of breaks it down here. And it says martial law has been declared over 60 times in our nation's history, but not by a president since the Civil War. It is widely misunderstood law that's got more attention in the Trump era, most recently after leaked texts from the January 6th committee's investigation showed Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia discussing whether then President Trump should have invoked it following the Capitol riot. This is from the Brennan Center, invoking martial law in times of national emergency or violent civil unrest essentially puts the military in charge. That declaration allows laws to be enforced by soldiers instead of local police, puts policy decisions in the hands of military officers, and brings accused criminals in front of military tribunals, not civilian courts. The Brennan Center's comprehensive report concludes that under current law, the president lacks any authority to declare martial law. State officials have the power to make this declaration, but it remains inconclusive whether Congress can authorize a president to do so. That's because the Supreme Court has never clearly indicated whether the president could unilaterally declare martial law or if Congress would first need to authorize it. The center explains, history shows governors have declared martial law more often than the federal government. So that's, again, from the Brennan Center.
60 you there? Did you say there were 60 instances where they did the federal government. I mean, federal martial law was declared
60 times in our nation's history, but none since the Civil War. So I guess they go back from 1814 to 1963. Martial law has been declared over 60 times, but not by a president since the Civil War. So I guess they're including martial law being declared on even by I guess 60 times. Since the Civil War, it's only been like on a state basis where governors have used it, that kind of thing.
Right. Well, if there's been a riot, or in the case of it, in New Orleans, I don't know if you call that. I'd call it a looting and so forth. You don't understand what I'm saying. And I thought those were federal troops that were brought in. And I think in Mississippi, well, I wonder how those people are. He was talking about Little Rock. That was actually under Eisenhower in Little Rock. That was when they desegregated the schools. I mean, can you look at that? If not, when I get off, I'll look it up. But if you could look that up, Little Rock School District, the Little Rock 4, I think they called them. There were 4 students, African-American students, that integrated the Little Rock schools. And I thought Eisenhower brought federal troops up to escort them into the class. And the same thing with Ole Miss in 1963.
Well, you go back to the end of...
I didn't know.
When you go back toward the end of Trump's era, apparently some on the left were kind of espousing the same thing, that Trump's going to stay in power by declaring martial law. You recall that? I go back to, December of 2020. And the Cato Institute said there is no role for the U.S. military in determining the outcome of an American election. Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy, Chief of Staff James McConville, issuing a statement after Michael Flynn, President Trump's first national security advisor, declared in an interview that Trump could take military capabilities and place them in those swing states and basically rerun an election in those states. Other Trump backers suggested he might use a declaration of martial law combined with the powers of the Insurrection Act to overturn Joe Biden's victory. What would happen if a president actually tried these things? The answer, at least in the American we live in today, is he would fail. They go back through the history. The Insurrection Act would have given Trump no additional leeway. It does not provide an exception to the general prohibition under the Posse Comitatus Act, thank you, Grump, on using federal troops to enforce domestic law. These exceptions, which typically involve violent insurrection, are not applicable in this scenario. Furthermore, there's a separate set of laws in which Congress has not only disallowed, but even chosen to make a crime actions by federal troop or officers that interfere with the right to vote. The thing to remember about the Insurrection Act is that it does not allow federal troops to enforce anything but already prevailing federal, state, and local law. It does not authorize martial law in the sense of deprivation of ordinary civil liberties, special tribunals, irregular punishment, street justice, cutting off resort to the courts, and on and on. The 2006, the annual National Defense Authorization Act, included a provision which kind of changed that, allowing the president to impose martial law via the Insurrection Act. Uproar was widespread, and in early 2008, Congress repealed the change. So even if the Insurrection Act were applicable, which it isn't, and if there weren't additional legal protections against federal military meddling in state-administered elections, which there are, deploying troops under this authority still would not result in martial law. From the Cato Institute. I don't know how we got off that beaten path there, but trying to understand things. But I guess, yeah, we hear things and hear people say things. Now, I guess there was a period of time there, 2006, 2007, where you could have talked about those sort of things. A lot of times folks pull up stuff, yeah, and then kind of repost it on social media, making it look like it's something current. Yeah, there may have been actual reports about, hey, the president can declare martial law during those few years, but it was repealed in 2008. So we learn something new every day. Let me see. Maybe, Vic could expound on that a little. What's on your mind, Vic?
Well, yeah, I could expound on that a lot, but I'll tell you a story about the Martin Luther King thing later. But real quick, if Dan, if he's wanting to look that up, look up General Edwin H. Walker. He had command in a European command, and he was part of the John Birch Society that was established in 1958 by 13 people meeting here in Indianapolis. But General Walker was distributing John Birch literature to his officers. And if you ever seen any of the John Birch literature, they had like a little credit debit column, and it said supported communism or defended liberty. Communism was in blue and in red, and the defended liberty was in blue. And it would call out certain elected officials, and that was not allowed to that was then considered political literature. So Eisenhower basically took his European command away from him. He came back to Arkansas, got over the Arkansas National Guard, and then Eisenhower, it's the Little Rock thing, he wound up federalizing the Arkansas National Guard. And so then that meant Eisenhower had control over the Arkansas National Guard, but the National Guard also had the authority to establish, I guess you'd say, martial law, but they really didn't establish martial law. They just made sure that they escorted the troops in there at Little Rock. And I have to mention this, while they were having all the fuss in Little Rock, Arkansas, there were some Presbyterian schools up in Ozark, Arkansas, that was already integrating students. So, there were people stirring up trouble in Little Rock. And then later, Edwin Walker was supposedly shot at by Lee Harvey Oswald. And whenever they decided they were going to integrate Ole Miss, Edwin Walker organized some people and went up there, and the U.S. attorneys was over that, and some U.S. attorneys got shot, and Edwin Walker was convicted of incitement to riot, and I think he lost everything, his pension and everything else. But that's a real quick view. And it's for 1968, when Martin Luther King got shot, that was my first reserve meeting after active duty, and they come up there and said, well, we're on emergency alert.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
keep that in mind, Vic, as we come back with the rest of the story.
USA News Update. Meta has issued an apology for an outage that disrupted access to Facebook, Instagram, and associated services like Threads and Facebook Messenger Tuesday morning. Spokesman confirmed a technical glitch was responsible for the disruption, and it has been resolved. Late fees on credit cards are now capped at $8 as part of the Biden administration's broader effort to eliminate unnecessary fees. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau projects this new regulation will save families over $10 billion annually. A Los Angeles man is suing a luxury Las Vegas resort alleging he was stung by a scorpion while asleep at the Venetian's Palazzo Tower on December 26th. He claims he was stung 3 or 4 times in the testicles, causing excruciating pain. The lawsuit states that months later he's still grappling with medical problems. Additionally, the man says the resort failed to offer compensation for his hotel room. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Let me quickly get to the couple from the email bag, where Steve in Columbus joins us here on a Wednesday morning. The halfway point. Yep, we start looking toward the much-needed couple days off. Now, got us a rainy morning here in central Ohio, but we're not going to let that stop us from heading in and seeing what the day brings. All right, have a good day there, Steve. Thank you much. Let's see, 2005. Dan had asked the question about 05. That was Katrina, right? And Grump clarified, Steve, it was the National Guard. A president can send troops to aid in humanitarian relief, but they are prohibited by law from acting as law enforcement. Yeah, you need to read that. There's only been 2 instances in the last 75 years where active duty military have assisted law enforcement, but not as the primary agency. They only assisted in crowd control and as a show of force. All right, so anyway, we left off there with Vic. He was kind of reflecting back 1968, where he has vivid memory when Martin Luther King was shot.
Right. Well, like I was telling you, that was my first meeting after coming off active duty. And the commander, we always had a commander call at the end of each duty session, and he come out and said, well, we're under emergency alert. Well, that didn't mean anything to me, so I just left the base. And the security police, they just waved me on through. And so later on in the night, Governor Ed Brannigan activated basically every military service within the state of Indiana. And of course, he didn't have the authority. But we were regular military, Air Force Reserves, so that command had to actually come from Johnson there, because that was before the election in '68. And anyway, our unit we would go down to Fort Campbell quite often for the 101st Airborne, pick those guys up for airdrops and everything else. Well, as it turns out, somehow everything got messed up. The pilots didn't want to quit their poker game, and finally they got those OC-119s, flew them down to Fort Campbell, and they get down there to Fort Campbell, and they're all set up for the paratroopers to get to Fort Campbell, and Fort Campbell says, no, you need to put your tank treads in there. We want to bring the tanks back up there. So anyway, everything went on, and I don't know if they ever got back up there with the tanks or whatever. And I think Bobby Kennedy made a speech and kind of quelled things down. But the next day, they said, hey, we were looking for you last night. You're not supposed to leave the base. So anyway, on alert. So, okay. So I didn't get in any trouble over it because my immediate commanding officer, if anybody around Rushville remembers old Doc Bueller, he pretty much covered for me. And he was telling me the whole episode that went on and how screwed up it was. But by and large, like they were saying, they really didn't have any authority to enforce any law or anything. It was just a show of force to make sure that no riots ever happened. Mm-hmm. And, no riots happened in Indiana that night. Now, whether it's because Governor Brannigan had basically brought all the force to bear or whatever, or whether it was Bobby Kennedy's speech, you can make up your mind. I imagine it was a combination of both. But there was something, you were talking about Katrina. I know Illinois State Policeman that Illinois State Police went down there, and he was deputized as the Louisiana State Patrolman. And I don't know how many different agencies that went down there to help Louisiana because, they were having terrible times down there, people rioting. Remember what was it? Not the Astrodome, but that big dome they had down there. They put everybody in. Mm-hmm. They got flooded out. Mm-hmm. So that one, if you recall, the big controversy at that time was that Bush, George W., remember, he had activated a lot of National Guard troops to go to, I believe it was Iraq at the time. But anyway, and that was a big confusion. It's like, well, the National Guard troops that are supposed to just, do quell riots and one thing and another, and they had been sent to Iraq. I'm going to say Iraq. It might have been Afghanistan. But anyway, they sent them with civilian type Hummers and everything, and that's why a lot of people got killed over there. So that whole deal with what's his name, Cheney, activating in Rumsfeld, activating National Guard troops to go fight in foreign wars and send them with their antiquated equipment, that was also mixed in there with Katrina. And because of that, there was somebody filed a lawsuit or a Freedom of Information Act against Bush and Cheney, and it come back and they said no. After 2001, they had passed a deal to where Congress, or not Congress, but the president could invoke something called the Presidential Emergency Active Directives, which gave them more power. And I think you kind of alluded to that with that one thing you just mentioned. And then we had the Patriot Act. So a lot of stuff changed after 2001. But by and large, the deal is, I still think that if it comes to elections, a president still has to consult with Congress. And I think what 5-7 might be thinking about was when the National Security Act was passed in 1947 that created the Air Force and the CIA. It also placed an obligation on the president to write an emergency action plan for different factors. But he might have the plan, but he still has to have certain authority to implement it, I guess, is the quickest way.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, so, yeah, and the other thing I was going to, you talk about the guy getting stung by the scorpion.
Yes. That must have smarted.
A lot of weird.
3 times on the testicles. Ouch.
Right. Well, a lot of weird things goes on in Las Vegas. And sometimes in some of these hotels, they'll ask you, said, well, do you want with or without? And you look at them and say, well, what are you talking about? And they said, well, do you want it with companionship or without companionship? And I remember back in the 70s, some of those people were massaging some of these business people that were overweight, might have had heart problems, with some sort of an electric massager. And mysteriously, a lot of people in those Las Vegas hotels started having heart attacks. So I don't know. People do weird things, Steve, when it comes to sexual stimulation. So I just can't see a scorpion. I just can't see a scorpion. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he had a different anatomy, but, you know, a scorpion, they will sting you if they sense any movement or whatever, or why that scorpion would even go to that region. But I'll just leave that up. Maybe one of these days somebody will tell the whole story.
I was thinking along that line, that's something out of a Hollywood science fiction flick, right? Yeah, I got stung on the kahunas. Hey, remember about a week ago, a word came out about concerns in national security, about some of the technology being placed in Chinese electric vehicles and Chinese cars. And we said, well, I ain't never seen a Chinese car. I guess the concern is they may be coming. Marco Rubio this past day proposed sharply boosting tariffs on Chinese vehicle imports by $20,000 to stop them from flooding the U.S. auto markets. The top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee has said he's also proposing legislation to extend tariffs to vehicles produced by Chinese automakers in other countries, like Mexico, and limit subsidies for electric vehicles to those that meet the stringent North American free trade rules. The flat tariff would address the disproportionate advantage of lower-end Chinese autos and close the loopholes that reduce the amount paid and safeguard American automakers against the influx of artificially cheap vehicles from China. Of course, we have a national election coming up in November. President Biden and leaders of both parties in Congress are backing steps to limit Chinese electric vehicle imports. Rubio said Americans' existing tariffs were once effective, but now not sufficient to counter China's newest strategies. It's got a lot of interest as of late with the report that China's BYD plans to set up an electric vehicle factory in Mexico. BYD, known for its cheaper models and more varied lineup, overtook its biggest rival recently, Tesla, to actually become the world's top electric vehicle maker by sales anyway. They then go into the White House announcement last week. They're opening investigation whether these Chinese vehicle imports pose national security risks. So interesting. There are very few Chinese-made light-duty vehicles being imported into the U.S. right now. Last Friday, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said Chinese cars were popular globally, not because of so-called unfair practices, but because they had emerged out of fierce competition and they're technologically innovative. Just last week, Senator Josh Hawley introduced legislation to raise the base tariff rate on Chinese imports from the current 27.5% tariff to a 125% tariff. Things they're looking into.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, there he is, Brother Rambler. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. Yeah, talking about Hurricane Katrina and stuff. You know, if they had ran a different Democrat, Bush would have lost that daggum election. I'm almost sure of that because he really dropped the ball big time. And it was because he had a guy, I forget his name, who he made the FEMA chief who had no experience. So after 3 days, you know, them poor folks at the Superdome were basically, they were like surrounded by water. They couldn't go nowhere. So, you know, they ended up dying, and, I mean, my God, it was one of the hottest summers there ever was. Now, I went to work here where I'm at Riley Auto Parts, June 27th, 2005. Hurricane Katrina was August 29th, 2005. And I, along with every other 18-wheeler, was stuck on I-55 with permits waiting to get into the city when they pumped the city out. And one of the places they sent me to was we have a store off of Chef Mature Highway, store 1341. Chef Mature Highway right across from the CSX rail yard. And I had a National Guard escort. It was Humvees with a police light on top. Had 4 soldiers in it with automatic weapons, and they were the police force because, I mean, New Orleans, and they still had the police force, and Bobby Jindal was the governor at that time, and he requested the help, and Bush signed off on it to send the National Guard. But they were the police force because, man, if you got caught out past curfew, they would grab you, put them zip ties behind you, and even point weapons at you. If you were out past 6 p.m., you know, you were going to doggone jail. But they followed me all the way to Chef Mature Highway, and Steve, they just pumped the city out. I mean, there were still mud puddles in the parking lot. And to this day, even when I still go to New Orleans, I swear to you, Steve, I can still smell the stench of dead bodies. It was horrible. I mean, you never get it out of your nostrils. I promise you. But yeah, we went in that parking lot. I had to go pick up an oil recycling place, and they followed me in there, and they took a crowbar, they pried the door open, and I didn't even have no breathing apparatus. I just walked up in there. I could see, you know, the black line for all over the parking lot where the water was, inside the building where the water was, and grabbed that oil recycling drum, you know, put it on my trailer, took it back to D.C., and what I did after that, they had a wire welder, the National Guard did. And they took and they welded 2 metal parts to that door where no one couldn't get in the store and loot it. But yeah, they were full force, man, and they were the law enforcement. So I mean, yeah, they were definitely enforcing the law. And man, you know, they would arrest you if you were out past 6 p.m. Man, like I said, if you were out past curfew, you were definitely getting it. And this last hurricane that hit New Orleans, that really tore it up, that's why I'm glad they got John Bel Edwards voted out there, because there was no help whatsoever. And them folks were out there were just robbing and killing people and stuff like that. And they said he had no power, I forget for how many days. And I forget the hurricane name right now. It was back in 2021, I think, that or 2022. They hit the Houma area bad, hit New Orleans really bad. But yeah, man, I was right there. I experienced it full force. You know what the National Guard could do. But I know we're running short on time. And God's children, I love you. Thank you for all your prayers. And let's keep Dipsy Driver, Miss Millie, and everyone else in your prayers. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And Steve, I'll talk to y'all later. Good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you for chiming in. Memories, right? Well, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. What do we got? 54 in Fort Wayne, 48 Sterling Heights today. Cooling off a little bit, huh? As we get the day started, here we go. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Speaking of Semper Fi, we haven't heard from Knucklebuster in a couple of days, have we? Hope everything's all right. Governor DeSantis, can you believe it's time for spring break, right? And trying to keep the peace. He's going to be sending more state troopers to Miami and other locations to crack down on the spring break chaos that's been unfolding in recent years. We do not welcome mayhem. We got a lot going on in the state. It's a fun place to be. We want to see people do that, but we also are going to insist people respect the law. Joined this past day, making the announcement with my Miami Beach Mayor, Stephen Miner, Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Commissioner, and the Executive Director of the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Plans are to put 60 state troopers in South Florida and place another 24 on standby as part of a quick response team, he says. Other law enforcement will be sent to the beaches in Daytona and Panama City. Minor said he's asked for reinforcements and hopes to put an end to spring break in Miami Beach. We're going to see 45 Florida troopers out on our streets, but really, law and order doesn't happen only in the month of March. I'm sending the message out every single day that we're going to enforce the law here. Measures will also include high prices to park at Miami Beach, charging $100 for people to park. I guess on the weekends, March 7 through 10, March 14 to 17, in some of the city surface lots and parking garages in the entertainment districts. $100 to park? The garages and lots will also have restricted entries from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. nightly in the entertainment district, except for residents, authorized employees, and access card holders. The non-resident rate for towing will be double the normal rate of $515, double that, so $1,030. It's also going to be more difficult to find a meal as the sidewalk cafes on Ocean Drive will be closed March 8th through 10th and the 15th through the 17th. So this all kind of kicks in this weekend. Revelers will also be subject to a DUI security checkpoint in Miami Beach, starting along the 400 block of 5 Street at 5 p.m., coming up March 8th and 9th, and then the 15th, 16th. Package liquor stores in the entertainment district will be ordered to adhere to their 8 p.m. regular closing time. Now, you saw a lot of violence last year at Miami Beach during spring break. There were 2 shooting deaths, 488 arrests, including more than 230 felony officials, according to city police. More than 100 firearms were seized. All that chaos on Ocean Drive making national headlines last year. All right, so they've got the bike week going on right now. And I guess really things kick in again this weekend and the following with all the spring break revelers looking for a good time. Hopefully have a good time. Don't bring all that chaos with you, though. All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on a Wednesday hump day, all right? Time says we got a roll on, but we'll do it again at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you can join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. float in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I